Chapter 1. The Dream of Learning While You Sleep. Have you ever seen an advertisement on the internet? An advertisement that promises something amazing, something like, "Learn English fast. Just listen while you sleep." It sounds like a wonderful dream. Imagine going to bed, putting on your headphones, and waking up in the morning with new English words in your brain. It seems too good to be true. This idea is often called sleep learning. The idea is that your brain can listen to information while you are sleeping, and you can learn without any effort. Many people want to believe this is possible. Our lives are very busy. We have work, school, family, and chores. It can be difficult to find time to study a new language. So the idea of learning while we sleep is very attractive. It feels like a magic shortcut. But here is the important question. Does it really work? Can you really become fluent in English just by listening to audio files at night? Scientists have studied this question for many years. They have studied the brain during sleep. They have done many experiments. And the answer, in the end, is quite simple. The answer is no. You cannot learn a new language like English while you are sleeping. This might be disappointing news for some people. It is sad to know that the magic shortcut is not real. But this is also good news. It is good news because now you can stop looking for magic tricks. Now you can focus on the real methods that truly work. Learning a language is not a magic trick. It is a journey. It is a process. It requires effort, time, and dedication. But this journey is also very rewarding. The feeling of understanding a movie in English or having a conversation with a new friend from another country is a much better feeling than any magic trick can give you. So in this book, we are going to talk about the real path to learning English. We will forget about the dream of sleep learning, and we will focus on the real, effective, and enjoyable ways to learn. This is not a story about shortcuts. This is a story about building real skills step by step. It is the story of how you can truly learn English. Chapter 2. The Real Secret. Active learning versus passive learning. To understand why sleep learning doesn't work, we need to understand two very important ideas: active learning and passive learning. These two ideas are the key to understanding how our brains learn a language. What is passive learning? Passive learning is when you receive information without doing anything with it. Your brain is not working hard. It is like sitting in a car and looking out the window. You see many things, but you are not driving the car. Examples of passive learning include listening to an English podcast while you are doing something else, like cooking or cleaning. Watching an English movie with subtitles in your own language. Having an English TV show on in the background while you look at your phone. In these situations, your ears hear the English language, but your brain is not fully engaged. You are a passive observer. Passive learning is not completely useless. It can help you get used to the sounds and rhythm of English. It can make you feel more comfortable with the language, but it is not enough to help you learn and remember new things effectively. Sleep learning is the most passive form of learning there is. Your brain is resting, not working. What is active learning? Active learning is the opposite. Active learning is when your brain is working hard. You are engaged with the material. You are thinking, doing, and using the language. It is like driving the car, not just sitting in it. You have to pay attention to the road, use the steering wheel, and make decisions. Examples of active learning include listening to an English podcast and trying to write down the main ideas, watching an English movie with English subtitles and pausing to look up new words, speaking English with a language partner, writing a short paragraph in your English journal, doing a grammar exercise or a vocabulary quiz. In these situations, you are not just receiving information, you are interacting with it. You are using your brain to understand, remember, and produce the language. Why is active learning so important? Active learning is the real secret to making progress in English. When you are active, you are telling your brain, this information is important. You need to remember this. Your brain then works to create strong connections. These strong connections are what we call memory. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. Can you learn to ride a bicycle just by watching videos of other people riding? Number. It's impossible. You have to get on the bicycle yourself. You have to try to pedal. You will probably fall down a few times. But every time you try, every time you practice, your brain and your body learn. You are learning actively. Learning English is the same. You cannot become fluent just by passively listening. You must actively participate in the process. You must try to speak, even if you make mistakes. You must try to write, even if your sentences are not perfect. You must try to understand, even if it is difficult. The rest of this book will focus on active learning methods. We will give you many simple and practical ways to engage with the English language every day. Remember, the goal is not to find the easiest way to learn. The goal is to find the most effective way to learn, and the most effective way is always active. Chapter 3. Building your listening skills. Actively. We know that listening is the foundation of language learning. But just hearing English is not enough. We need to practice active listening. Active listening means you are paying full attention and trying to understand the message. Let's explore some active listening techniques that you can start using today. Technique 1. Focused listening. This is the opposite of having English on in the background. For this technique, you need to find a quiet place where you will not be distracted. Put your phone away. Close other tabs on your computer. Your only job for the next 10 or 15 minutes is to listen. Choose a short audio clip. It can be from a podcast for English learners, a short news story, or even a scene from a TV show. The audio should be at your level or just a little bit difficult. First, listening. Listen to the entire audio clip one time. Don't stop. Just try to understand the general topic or the main idea. What is it about? Who is speaking? What is the mood? Second, listening. Listen again. This time you can pause the audio. Try to understand more details. If there is a word you don't know, but you think it is important, write it down. Third, listening. Listen one more time. Now that you know the main idea and some of the details, see how much more you can understand. You will be surprised. This focus practice trains your brain to pay attention and to find meaning, even when you don't understand every word. Technique 2. Listening with a purpose. Another way to be an active listener is to give yourself a task to do while you listen. This gives you a reason to listen carefully. Here are some simple tasks you can do. Listen for specific information. Before you listen, ask yourself a question. For example, if you are listening to a weather report, your question could be, what will the temperature be tomorrow? Then, you listen carefully just for the answer to that question. Listen and write down keywords. Listen to a short audio clip and write down the 5 most important words you hear. This forces you to identify the key vocabulary. Listen and summarize. After you listen to a story or a short talk, try to say or write a 1-sentence summary. For example, This audio was about a man who wants to buy a new car. When you listen with a purpose, you are not just a passive receiver of sound. You are an active searcher for information. Technique 3. Using transcripts. A transcript is the written text of an audio recording. Many podcasts and videos for English learners provide a transcript. This is an incredibly powerful tool for active listening. Here is a great method to use with transcripts. Listen first without the text. Try to understand as much as you can. Listen again while reading the transcript. This is where you connect the sounds you hear with the words you see. You can see the spelling of new words and how sentences are formed. Read the transcript out loud. Now you can practice your own pronunciation. Try to copy the intonation and rhythm of the native speaker. Listen one last time without the text. You will be amazed at how much clearer the audio sounds now. This process turns a simple listening exercise into a powerful lesson that includes reading and speaking practice as well. Remember, active listening is a skill. It requires more effort than passive listening, but the results are much, much better. By practicing these techniques, you're not just hearing English, you are truly learning to understand it. This is a real step on your journey to fluency. Chapter 4. Building your speaking skills. Actively. Speaking is often the biggest fear for English learners, but it is also one of the most important skills. You can learn to speak English even if you don't live in an English-speaking country, and even if you don't have a teacher. The key, once again, is active practice. Let's look at some simple but powerful ways to actively practice your speaking. Technique 1. The power of speaking aloud. The first step to becoming a better speaker is to get comfortable with the sound of your own voice speaking English. The best way to do this is to speak out loud, even when you are alone. Read out loud. When you are doing reading practice, don't just read silently in your head. Read the text out loud. This does two things. First, it practices your pronunciation. Your mouth and tongue are muscles, and they need exercise to make the new sounds of English. Second, it helps you remember the words and sentences better because you are both seeing them and hearing them. Repeat what you hear. When you are watching a movie or listening to a podcast and you hear a short, interesting sentence, pause the audio and repeat the sentence out loud. Try to copy the speaker's pronunciation and intonation exactly. This is a simple but very effective way to improve your accent and sound more natural. Technique 2. Narrate your life. We talked about this technique before, but it is so good that we should talk about it again. Narrating your life means describing what you are doing, seeing or thinking out loud in English. This is active speaking practice at its best. You are not repeating sentences from a book. You are creating your own sentences about your own life. This forces your brain to actively search for words and build sentences. In the morning, okay, it's time to get up. I'm walking to the kitchen now. I'm going to make some coffee. I need a cup and some water. At the supermarket, I am in the supermarket. I need to buy some vegetables. I see the carrots. I am putting some carrots in my basket. Now I need some milk. In the evening, I am tired. I am sitting on the sofa. I am going to watch a TV show now. This show is very funny. It might feel strange at first, but this is one of the most powerful ways to start thinking in English and to make your speaking more automatic. Technique 3. Answer questions out loud. Another great way to practice speaking by yourself is to find questions and answer them out loud. You can find lists of simple conversation questions online. Search for basic English conversation questions. You will find questions like, What is your favorite color? What did you do last weekend? What are your hobbies? Read the question and then try to answer it out loud in a full sentence. Question: what is your favorite food? Your answer out loud: my favorite food is pizza. I like it because it has cheese and tomatoes. I sometimes eat pizza on Fridays. This is excellent practice because you are not just saying one word, pizza. You are practicing forming complete sentences and giving reasons or extra details, just like in a real conversation. Technique 4. Use a voice recorder. Your smartphone has a voice recorder app. This is a very useful tool. You can record yourself doing any of the speaking exercises above. After you record yourself, listen back. How is your pronunciation? Are you speaking clearly? Are you making any common grammar mistakes? Listening to yourself can be a little strange at first, but it is the best way to find your own weaknesses and work on improving them. You become your own teacher. Speaking English is a physical skill. You have to practice it to get better. Don't wait for the perfect moment to start speaking. The perfect moment is now. Start with these simple, active exercises, and you will build the confidence you need to have real conversations. Chapter 5. Building your reading skills actively. Reading is a wonderful way to learn English. It is quiet, you can do it anywhere, and you can go at your own pace. But to get the most benefit from reading, you need to be an active reader. An active reader doesn't just let their eyes move over the words. An active reader thinks about what they are reading. Let's explore some simple techniques to become a more active and effective reader. Technique 1. Before you read, predict. Before you even start reading an article or a story, take 30 seconds to look at it and make some predictions. Look at the title. What do you think the text will be about? For example, if the title is A Day at the Beach, you can predict that the story will talk about the sun, the ocean, and swimming. Look at any pictures. Pictures give you big clues about the story. Read the first sentence. The first sentence of a paragraph often tells you the main idea. When you make predictions, you are activating your brain. You are getting it ready to understand the text. This simple step makes a big difference. Technique 2. While you read, interact with the text. Don't just be a passive consumer of words. Interact with what you are reading. Highlight or underline. Use a pen or a highlighter to mark important things. You can highlight new vocabulary words that you don't know, interesting phrases or expressions that you like, the main idea of each paragraph. Write notes in the margin. If you are reading your own book, you can write small notes in the margin. You can write a question, a thought, or a summary of a paragraph. For example, next to a difficult paragraph, you could write, "This part is about his childhood." This helps you to check your understanding as you go. Technique 3. After you read, summarize and retell. What you do after you finish reading is very important for your memory. Summarize. Close the book or turn off the screen. Now try to summarize what you just read. You can do this in 2 ways. Write a summary. Write a few sentences in your notebook that explain the main points of the text. Say a summary. Speak the summary out loud. You can pretend you're telling a friend about the story you just read. For example, I just read a story about a man named Leo. On Saturday, he went to the park and met his friend. On Sunday, he cleaned his apartment. Retell the story. This is a more advanced version of summarizing. Try to retell the whole story in your own words. Don't worry about using the exact same words as the text. The goal is to use the ideas and the vocabulary you remember to create your own version of the story. This is fantastic practice for both your memory and your speaking skills. Technique 4, the just read method. Sometimes it is also important to just read for pleasure. This is called extensive reading. For this method, you choose a book that is very easy for you. You should understand almost all the words. When you do extensive reading, you don't stop to look up words. You don't take notes. You just read. You read for fun, like you would in your own language. This method is very good for building your reading speed and your confidence. It helps your brain to get used to processing English quickly and automatically. It reminds you that reading in English can be a relaxing and enjoyable activity. A good learning plan should include both active reading, with a difficult text, and extensive reading, with an easy, enjoyable text. By combining these methods, you will become a strong and confident reader in English. Chapter 6. Building your writing skills. Actively. Writing is a skill that many English learners avoid. They think it is too difficult, or they worry too much about making spelling and grammar mistakes. But just like speaking, writing is an active skill that helps you improve in many ways. When you write, you have to slow down, choose your words carefully, and think about sentence structure. This process strengthens your knowledge of English. You don't need to write a perfect essay to practice your writing. You can start with very simple, short, and practical exercises. Technique 1, the daily sentence. This is the easiest way to start a writing habit. The goal is to write just one sentence in English every day. That's it. One sentence. What can you write about? You can write about anything. You can write about something you did. Today I ate a delicious apple. You can write about how you feel. I feel very happy today because it is sunny. You can write about a new word you learned. I learned the word cozy. My living room is very cozy. The power of this technique is in its consistency. If you write one sentence every day, by the end of the year, you will have written 365 sentences. You will have built a strong habit, and you will no longer be afraid of writing in English. Technique 2, the private journal. A journal is your secret private space to practice writing. Because nobody else will read it, you can write freely without worrying about mistakes. This is very important for building confidence. You can expand on the daily sentence technique. Try writing a short paragraph in your journal every evening before you go to bed. You can summarize your day. Today was a busy day. I went to work in the morning. I had a meeting with my boss. After work, I went to the supermarket. I bought food for the week. Now I am tired and ready to sleep. You can write about your goals. This week I want to practice my English listening. I will listen to one podcast every day. I also want to learn 10 new vocabulary words. Keeping a journal helps you get used to expressing your personal thoughts and experiences in English. Technique 3, guided writing. Sometimes it's difficult to know what to write about. This is where guided writing can help. Guided writing means you use a model or a prompt to help you write. Copying. This might sound strange, but copying is a very old and effective learning method. Find a short, well-written paragraph in English. It could be from a book, an article, or a story. Read it carefully, then copy it by hand into your notebook. When you copy, you pay attention to every word, every comma, and every period. You are noticing the structure of good writing. Using a prompt. A prompt is a question or a topic that gives you an idea for writing. You can find many writing prompts online. For example, a prompt could be, "What is your favorite holiday? Describe it." Or if you could have any superpower, what would it be and why? Prompts like these make writing feel like a fun game. Technique 4. Using technology to get feedback. While it's important not to worry too much about mistakes, it's also good to learn from them. Technology can help you with this. After you write a short text, you can type it into a free online grammar checker. These tools will show you your spelling mistakes and suggest corrections for your grammar. When you see the corrections, don't just accept them. Try to understand why it was a mistake. Did you use the wrong verb tense? Did you forget an article? This is a great way to learn grammar in a very practical way. Writing is a skill that connects your brain to the page. It helps you organize your thoughts and solidify your knowledge of vocabulary and grammar. Start with one sentence today and watch your confidence and your skills grow. Chapter 7. How to remember vocabulary forever. You learn a new word, you feel excited, you write it down. The next day, it's gone. Does this sound familiar? Forgetting vocabulary is one of the most frustrating parts of learning a language, but it doesn't have to be this way. The problem is often not your memory, it's the method you are using to learn. Just reading a word and its translation is not enough for your brain to create a strong memory. You need to use more active and creative techniques. Let's explore some powerful methods to make new English words stick in your brain forever. Method 1. Make it personal. Our brains are very good at remembering things that are connected to our own lives, our feelings and our experiences. So, when you learn a new word, the most important thing you can do is to connect it to yourself. How to do it? When you learn a new word, don't just write the definition. Create a sentence using that word that is true for you. Example, let's say you learn the adjective exhausted, which means very, very tired. A bad example sentence is, the man is exhausted. This is boring and has no connection to you. A good personal example sentence is, after I cleaned my whole apartment on Saturday, I felt exhausted. Or, last night, my baby cried a lot, so today I am exhausted. Now the word is connected to a real feeling and a real memory in your life. This personal connection is like glue for your memory. Method 2. Create a strong visual image. Our brains think in pictures. An image is much more powerful than just a word. When you learn a new word, close your eyes for 10 seconds and create a mental movie for it. Make the image strange, funny, or full of emotion. Strong images are easier to remember. Example, let's say you learn the verb to shiver, which means to shake slightly because you are cold or scared. Your mental movie. Imagine you are standing outside in the winter. You are wearing only a t-shirt. You can see your breath in the air. You feel the cold wind on your skin, and your whole body starts to shake uncontrollably. That feeling, that action, that is shivering. When you create this strong sensory image, your brain has a picture to connect to the word. Method 3. Learn word friends. Collocations. In English, some words are almost always found together. These word partnerships are called collocations. Learning words together with their friends makes you sound much more natural, and it's easier for your brain to remember them as a single chunk. Many learners translate directly from their native language. For example, they might say, a strong rain. But the natural English collocation is heavy rain. Instead of just learning the word mistake, learn the full phrase, make a mistake. Instead of just learning photo, learn take a photo. Instead of just learning attention, learn pay attention. When you see a new word, ask yourself, what other words are often used with it? You can search online for your new word plus collocation to find its friends. Method 4. Use spaced repetition. Learning a word once is not enough. To move a word from your short-term memory to your long-term memory, you need to review it multiple times with breaks in between. This is called spaced repetition. The schedule. A good review schedule is Review 1, 10 minutes after you first learn the word. Review 2, 1 day later. Review 3, 3 days later. Review 4, 1 week later. Review 5, 1 month later. This system feels like magic, but it's based on science. It tells your brain that this information is important and should be saved. You can use flashcard apps, like Anki, that use this system automatically, or you can do it yourself with a notebook. Method 5. Use the word actively. The final and most important step is to use the new word. You have to take it out of your notebook and use it in a real way. The 24-hour challenge. When you learn a new word, give yourself a challenge. You must try to use that word in the next 24 hours. You can use it when you are speaking to yourself. You can use it in your daily journal. You can use it in a comment you write on YouTube. The act of retrieving the word from your memory and using it to communicate is the final step that locks it into your brain. By using these active methods, you can stop the frustrating cycle of learning and forgetting. You can start building a rich and permanent English vocabulary. Chapter 8. The importance of a routine. We have talked about many different methods for practicing English. But how do you make sure you actually do them? The answer is simple but very powerful. You need a routine. A routine is a plan that you follow every day or every week. It is a habit. When you have a routine, you don't need to use your motivation or willpower every day. Motivation is a feeling, and feelings can change. Some days you feel motivated, some days you don't, but a routine is an action. It is something you do, even when you don't feel like it. Building a good learning routine is maybe the most important step to becoming a successful language learner. 1. Why routines are powerful. They save mental energy. When you have a routine, you don't have to make a decision every day about what to study or when to study. The decision is already made. This saves your mental energy for the most important thing, learning. They build momentum. When you do something every day, even for a short time, you build momentum. It's like pushing a big ball. At first, it's hard to get it moving, but once it's rolling, it's much easier to keep it going. A daily learning habit builds momentum and makes it easier to continue. They create results. Small, consistent actions lead to big results over time. Studying for 15 minutes every day is almost 2 hours of study per week. That is over 100 hours of study in a year. These small daily efforts add up to amazing progress. 2. How to create your routine. Creating a routine is a personal process. You need to find what works for you, your life, and your schedule. Step 1. Find your time. Look at your daily schedule. When do you have a small amount of free time? It could be 15 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes during your lunch break, or 30 minutes in the evening. Find a time that is usually free and quiet. This will be your English time. Step 2. Start small. This is very important. Do not try to create a routine that is too ambitious. Do not say, I will study for 3 hours every day. This is very difficult to maintain. It is much better to start with a small, realistic goal, like, I will study for 15 minutes every day. You can always do more if you feel good, but the goal is the minimum you must do. Step 3. Use habit stacking. A great way to build a new habit is to connect it to an old habit that you already do every day. This is called habit stacking. Example, after I drink my morning coffee, I will do my English practice. Example, when I get on the bus to go to work, I will listen to an English podcast. Example, before I go to sleep, after I brush my teeth, I will write one sentence in my English journal. When you connect your new English habit to an existing habit, it is much easier to remember and to do automatically. 3. An example of a simple weekly routine. Here is an example of what a simple, balanced routine could look like. Monday, listening. Listen to one English song and read the lyrics. 15 minutes. Tuesday, reading. Read 2 pages of a graded reader. 15 minutes. Wednesday, speaking. Narrate your evening activities out loud. 10 minutes. Thursday, vocabulary. Review your flashcards. 10 minutes. Friday, writing. Write a short paragraph in your journal about your week. 15 minutes. Saturday, fun. Watch a movie or TV show in English. No pressure, just enjoy. Sunday, review, rest. Briefly review your notes from the week or just take a day off to rest. This is just an example. You can create your own routine based on your goals and interests. 4. Be flexible and forgive yourself. Life is unpredictable. Some days you will be very busy or very tired. Some days you might miss your routine. That is okay. It is not a disaster. The important thing is to not miss 2 days in a row. If you miss one day, forgive yourself and get back to your routine the next day. Don't let one missed day become a missed week or a missed month. A good routine is your best friend on your English learning journey. It provides structure, builds consistency, and guarantees that you will make progress over time. Chapter 9. The importance of fun and passion. We have talked a lot about methods, techniques, and routines. These things are very important, but there is one more ingredient that is essential for success in language learning. That ingredient is fun. If you are not having fun, you will not continue. If your learning feels like a boring, difficult chore, you will eventually lose your motivation and stop. The most successful language learners are the ones who find a way to make the process enjoyable. They connect English with their passions. What is a passion? A passion is something you love to do. It is an activity that makes you feel happy, interested, and energetic. It is something you do not because you have to, but because you want to. What are your passions? Maybe you love music. Maybe you love movies or TV shows. Maybe you love video games. Maybe you love cooking. Maybe you love sports. Maybe you love fashion, history, science, or animals. Whatever your passion is, you can use it to learn English. When you combine English with something you already love, it doesn't feel like studying anymore. It just feels like enjoying your hobby. How to connect English with your passions. Let's look at some examples. If you love movies, start watching your favorite movies again, but this time in English. You already know the story, so it will be easier to understand. Pay attention to your favorite lines. How do the actors say them in English? If you love video games, change the language setting of your favorite game to English. You will learn a lot of practical vocabulary related to actions, items, and instructions. You will be so focused on playing the game that you will learn new words without even trying. If you love cooking, find a simple recipe blog or a YouTube channel in English. Try to follow a recipe and cook a meal. You will learn vocabulary for food, ingredients, and kitchen actions. And at the end, you get to eat a delicious meal. If you love sports, read news articles about your favorite team in English, watch interviews with your favorite athletes, listen to a sports podcast in English. You will be so motivated to understand the information that you will learn very quickly. If you love music, we talked about this before, but it is so important. Find the lyrics to your favorite English songs, read them, translate them, and sing them. This is one of the best ways to improve your pronunciation and learn natural phrases. Why does this work so well? When you are doing something you love, your brain is happy. It is relaxed and open to new information. You are not stressed or bored. You are engaged. This emotional connection makes learning much more effective. You are also learning English that is relevant to you. If you learn vocabulary about football because you love football, you will remember those words because you will see and hear them often. You will have opportunities to use them when you talk to other fans. So, take a moment to think about your passions. How can you bring more English into those activities? Your English learning journey should not be a series of boring tasks. It should be an adventure. It should be a way to explore your interests more deeply. When you find the fun in learning, you find the secret to long-term motivation and success. Make English your hobby, not just your subject. Chapter 10. Your Journey, Your Success. We have reached the end of our reading journey for today. We have talked about many things. We started with the dream of learning while you sleep. And we learned that the real path to success is through active, consistent, and enjoyable practice. Let's take a moment to review the most important ideas we have discussed. 1. There are no magic shortcuts. The first and most important lesson is that there are no magic tricks to learning a language. You cannot become fluent overnight. You cannot learn just by listening in your sleep. Real progress comes from real effort. When you accept this, you can stop wasting time looking for easy answers and start building real skills. 2. Active learning is key. The secret to effective learning is to be an active participant. You must engage your brain. You must listen with focus, speak with courage, read with curiosity, and write with purpose. Every time you actively use the language, you are building stronger connections in your brain. 3. Consistency is more important than intensity. It is much better to practice for 15 minutes every day than to practice for 3 hours once a week. Small, regular actions build strong habits and create amazing results over time. Your best friend on this journey is your daily routine. 4. Make it personal and fun. You will remember what is important to you. Connect English to your own life, your own feelings, and your own memories. And connect English to your passions. When you are having fun, your brain is open to learning and you will never lose your motivation. 5. Be patient and kind to yourself. Learning a language is a long journey. There will be good days and bad days. Some days you will feel like a genius. Other days you will feel like you have forgotten everything. This is normal. Every single language learner in the world has this experience. Do not compare yourself to other people. Your journey is unique. The only person you should compare yourself to is the person you were yesterday. Be proud of your progress, no matter how small it seems. Every new word you learn, every sentence you understand, every short conversation you have, these are all victories. Celebrate them. You have started a wonderful adventure. Learning English will open up new worlds for you. It will allow you to connect with new people, explore new cultures, and discover new ideas. You have already taken a huge step today by completing this long reading practice. This shows that you have the dedication and the focus to succeed. The journey ahead is long, but you have a map, you have the tools, you have the ability. Believe in yourself, trust the process, and enjoy every step of the way. Your success is waiting for you. Congratulations! You have just finished a very, very long reading practice. That is an incredible achievement, and you should be extremely proud of your focus and dedication today. We have explored the real path to learning English, a path of active practice, consistency, and enjoyment. I hope you feel motivated and ready to continue your journey with these effective methods. Remember, the most important step is always the next one you take. So for your practice, I have a question. What is the number one real active tip from this video that you are going to start using this week? Let us know in the comments below. We would love to hear about your plan. If you found this special guided reading lesson helpful, don't forget to subscribe to Speak Up English for more content to improve your English skills. Keep practicing, keep believing in yourself, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to Speak Up English. I'm Mark. Today, we have a very different and very special video for you. This video is a graded reader. That means it is like a book, written with simple English, designed for you to practice your reading. In a moment, the video will change. You will see text on the screen, divided into 10 chapters. The narrator will be me, but your job is to read the text on the screen. You can read silently, or you can read out loud to practice your pronunciation. The topic of our book today is Your English Learning Journey. It is a guide with many simple tips to help you learn English more effectively. Don't worry if you don't understand every single word. The goal is to practice reading for a long time and to understand the main ideas. This is a fantastic way to build your vocabulary and get comfortable with English sentences. So, find a comfortable place, get ready to focus, and let's begin your reading journey. Chapter 1. The start of your journey. Learning a new language is like starting a big adventure. It is an exciting journey. English is a very useful language. It can help you talk to people from all over the world. It can help you find a good job. It can also help you enjoy movies, music, and books from different countries. But every big journey starts with a first step. Your first step is your decision to learn. This decision is very important. When you decide to learn English, you are opening a new door in your life. It can be difficult sometimes, but it is always a rewarding journey. To start this journey, you need a positive attitude. A positive attitude means you believe in yourself. You believe that you can learn English. Sometimes you will make mistakes. That is normal. Everyone makes mistakes when they learn something new. Mistakes are not bad. They are opportunities to learn. When you make a mistake, you learn what is wrong, and then you can learn what is right. So, do not be afraid of making mistakes. Be brave. Another important thing at the start of your journey is to have a goal. A goal is something you want to achieve. Why do you want to learn English? Maybe your goal is to travel to an English-speaking country. Maybe your goal is to talk to a friend from another country. Or maybe your goal is to watch your favorite movies without subtitles. Your goal is your motivation. It is the reason why you are learning. When learning feels difficult, you can remember your goal. This will give you the energy to continue. It is a good idea to write down your goal. You can put it on your wall or on your desk. When you see your goal every day, you will remember why you started this journey. Remember, learning a language takes time. It does not happen in one day or 1 week. You need to be patient with yourself. Patience is very important. Some days you will feel like you are learning a lot. Other days you will feel like you are not making progress. This is a normal part of the process. The most important thing is to be consistent. Consistency means you do something regularly. It is better to study English for 15 minutes every day than to study for 3 hours only on Sunday. Small, Regular steps will help you reach your goal. So welcome to your English learning journey. With a positive attitude, a clear goal, and consistent practice, you can and you will learn English. This book will give you many ideas and methods to help you on your way. Chapter 2. The Power of Listening. When a baby learns a language, what is the first thing they do? They listen. They listen to their parents, their family, and the world around them. Listening is the foundation of learning any language. It is the first skill you should practice. Why is listening so important? When you listen to English, your brain starts to understand the sounds, the rhythm, and the intonation of the language. Intonation is the music of the language, how the voice goes up and down. Listening helps you understand how English really sounds. This will help you to have a better accent when you speak. Listening also helps you learn new vocabulary and grammar in a natural way. You hear words and sentences in a real context, which helps you understand their meaning. So how can you practice listening? There are many fun and easy ways. 1. Listen to music in English. Do you like music? Great. Music is a fantastic tool for learning English. Choose songs that you like. Pop music is often good for beginners because the lyrics are usually simple and repetitive. Here is a method you can try. First, just listen to the song. Don't worry about the words. Just enjoy the music and the melody. Try to feel the emotion of the song. Second, find the lyrics online. The lyrics are the words of the song. Listen to the song again, but this time read the lyrics at the same time. This helps you connect the sound of the word with its written form. Third, look up any new words you don't understand. Write them down in a notebook. Finally, try to sing along with the song. Singing is a great way to practice your pronunciation and rhythm. It doesn't matter if you are a good singer. The important thing is to have fun and practice making the sounds of English. 2. Watch movies and TV shows. Watching movies and TV shows is another enjoyable way to improve your listening. When you watch, you have visuals, the pictures, to help you understand what is happening. Here is a good strategy for beginners. It has 3 steps. Step 1. Watch with subtitles in your own language. This helps you understand the story and the main ideas first. You can relax and enjoy the movie. Step 2. Watch the same movie or episode again, but this time with English subtitles. Now, you already know the story. You can focus on the English words. You will connect what you hear with what you read. You can pause the video to write down new and interesting phrases. Step 3. Watch it one more time, but with no subtitles. This is the final challenge. Try to understand as much as you can just by listening. You will be surprised at how much you can understand. Choose movies or shows that you find interesting. If you like comedy, watch a comedy. If you like action, watch an action movie. When you are interested, learning is much easier. 3. Listen to podcasts for English learners. There are many podcasts created specifically for people learning English. The speakers in these podcasts usually talk slowly and clearly. They often talk about interesting topics like culture, history, or daily life. You can find podcasts for every level, from beginner to advanced. Search for English Learning Podcast or Podcast for A2 Learners on the internet or on a podcast app. The great thing about podcasts is that you can listen to them anywhere. You can listen while you are walking, cleaning the house, or traveling on the bus. This is a great way to add more English listening practice to your daily routine. Listening is a skill that takes time to develop. At first, it might be difficult. You might feel like the people are talking too fast, or you don't understand many words. That is okay. Be patient. The more you listen, the easier it will become. Your brain needs time to get used to the sounds of English. Just press play, relax, and let the English words flow into your mind. Chapter 3. The Courage to Speak. After listening, The next step on your journey is speaking. For many learners, speaking is the most difficult and scariest part of learning English. You might be afraid of making mistakes. You might think that your accent is bad. You might feel shy. These feelings are all normal. But speaking is a skill, and like any skill, it improves with practice. You cannot learn to swim by only reading about swimming. You must get in the water. In the same way, you cannot learn to speak English by only reading about it. You must open your mouth and try to speak. Here are some simple and effective ways to start practicing your speaking. 1. Speak to yourself. This might sound strange, but it is a very powerful technique. You don't need a partner. You don't need to feel shy. You can practice speaking English all by yourself. How do you do it? You can narrate your day. When you are doing something, describe it out loud in English. Example, when you are making breakfast, you can say, "I am making a cup of coffee. Now, I am getting the milk from the refrigerator. I am putting some sugar in my coffee." Example, when you are walking outside, you can say, "I am walking to the park. The sun is shining. I see a big dog. The dog is playing with a ball." This technique helps you practice forming sentences in real time. It trains your brain to think in English without translating from your native language. At first, it might feel slow, but with practice, it will become faster and more natural. 2. The shadowing technique. Shadowing is another great way to practice speaking alone. It helps you improve your pronunciation, intonation, and rhythm. Here is how to do it. Find a short audio clip of a native speaker. It can be from a podcast, a movie, or a YouTube video. Choose a clip that is clear and not too fast. Now play the audio and try to repeat what the person is saying at the exact same time. You are their shadow. You don't wait for them to finish a sentence. You try to speak along with them. This is difficult at first, but it trains the muscles in your mouth to make the sounds of English. It also helps your ear to hear the music of the language. Do this for just 5 minutes every day, and you will notice a big improvement in how natural you sound. 3. Find a language partner. Practicing with another person is, of course, very important. You need to practice real conversations. A language partner is someone who you can practice English with. Maybe it is a friend who is also learning English, or maybe it is a native speaker who wants to learn your language. This is called a language exchange. You can find language partners online. There are many websites and apps that help you connect with people from all over the world. When you have a language partner, you can talk about simple, everyday topics. You can talk about your hobbies, your family, your job, or what you did over the weekend. The most important rule when speaking with a partner is, do not be afraid to make mistakes. Your partner is there to help you, not to judge you. A good conversation partner will be patient and encouraging. Remember, the goal of speaking is communication. It is not about being perfect. It is about sharing your ideas and understanding the other person. Your accent is part of your identity. Your mistakes are proof that you are trying. Every time you speak, you are getting better. So be brave, open your mouth, and start speaking today. Chapter 4. The Adventure of Reading. Reading is a quiet and powerful way to learn English. When you read, you can take your time. You can go at your own pace. Reading opens up a new world of stories, information, and ideas. It is an adventure for your mind. As we discussed in a previous chapter, choosing the right material is very important. Let's explore more about how to make reading an effective part of your learning journey. 1. Why reading is your secret weapon. Reading helps you in many ways that listening and speaking do not. When you read, you see how English is structured. You see the correct spelling of words. You see how punctuation is used, like commas, periods, and question marks. All of these details help you become a better writer and a more accurate user of the language. When you read, you can also learn more complex ideas and more advanced vocabulary than you can in a normal conversation. You have time to stop, think, and look up new words. 2. The graded reader method. As we mentioned before, for beginners, graded readers are the best place to start. Let's talk more about them. Graded readers are special books where the language has been simplified for a specific level. There are graded readers for level A1, A2, B1, and so on. These books often retell famous stories like Sherlock Holmes or Dracula, but with easier grammar and vocabulary. They are perfect because the stories are interesting, but the language is not too difficult. When you read a graded reader at your level, you should feel a sense of achievement. You can read a whole chapter or even a whole book in English. This feeling is very motivating. It gives you the confidence to continue reading and to try more challenging books later. 3. Reading online, articles and blogs. The internet is a huge library of reading material. You can read about any topic that interests you. Reading online is a great way to learn modern, everyday English. News websites like BBC Learning English or VOA Learning English, have news articles written in simple English. They are great for learning about current events and new vocabulary. Blogs. A blog is a website where a person writes about their interests. Do you like cooking? Find a cooking blog in English. Do you like video games? Find a gaming blog. When you read about your hobbies, learning feels like fun, not work. Social media. You can even use social media for reading practice. Follow accounts that post in English about topics you like. It could be a travel account, a science account, or an account about animals. Reading short posts and the comments is a good way to learn informal language and slang. 4. How to read actively. When you read, you can be a passive reader or an active reader. A passive reader just looks at the words. An active reader engages with the text. Being an active reader will help you learn much more. Here is how to be an active reader. Ask questions. As you read, ask yourself questions. What is the main idea of this paragraph? What do I think will happen next? Take notes. Keep a notebook next to you when you read. Write down new words. Don't just write the word and its translation. Write the whole sentence from the book where you found the word. This helps you remember its meaning in context. Summarize. After you finish reading a chapter or an article, try to summarize it. You can say the main ideas out loud, or you can write a short summary in your notebook. This checks if you really understood what you read. Reading is not a race. You don't have to read fast. The goal is to understand and enjoy the process. Find a comfortable chair, make a cup of tea, and open a book. Your adventure in English is waiting for you on the page. Chapter 5. The Skill of Writing. Writing is the fourth core skill of language learning, after listening, speaking, and reading. Some learners think that writing is not as important, especially if their main goal is just to have conversations. However, practicing writing can significantly improve your overall English skills, including your speaking. When you write, you have time to think. You can choose your words carefully. You can check your grammar. You can organize your ideas in a clear way. This slow and careful process helps to strengthen your understanding of the language. For beginners, the idea of writing in English can seem difficult. But you don't have to write a novel. You can start with very simple and practical writing exercises. 1. Keep a daily journal. A journal is a private notebook where you write about your thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Keeping a journal in English is one of the best ways to practice writing. You don't have to write a lot. You can start with just 1 or 2 sentences each day. Example, you can write about your day. Today was a good day. I went to work and then I met my friend for coffee. We talked for an hour. I felt happy. Example, you can write about your feelings. I'm feeling a little tired today. I think I will go to bed early tonight. Example, you can write about your plans. Tomorrow I'm going to the supermarket. I need to buy milk, bread, and apples. The most important thing about keeping a journal is that it is for you. Nobody else will see it. So, you don't have to worry about making mistakes. Just write. This simple daily habit will help you get used to expressing your thoughts in English. 2. Write comments and messages. Another easy way to practice writing is to use the English you see every day on the internet. YouTube comments. When you watch a video in English like this one, you can write a comment in English. You can say what you liked about the video or ask a question. For example, "Thank you for this video. It was very helpful. I learned the word resilient. This is great practice." Social media. If you follow English-speaking accounts on social media, try writing comments on their posts. It can be something simple like, "This picture is beautiful," or "That looks delicious." Messages to friends. If you have a friend who is also learning English, you can practice by sending each other messages in English. You can talk about your day or share interesting things. These small writing tasks are very useful because they are real communication. You are using English to interact with other people. 3. Write emails. In today's world, writing emails is a very important skill, both for work and for personal life. You can practice by writing simple emails. You can even write emails to yourself. This might sound strange, but it's a good way to practice. You can write an email to your future self about your goals for the week. When you write an email, you practice a more formal style of writing. You learn how to start an email, "Dear Mark," or "Hi Sarah," and how to end it, "Best regards," or "See you soon." 4. Check your writing, and after you write something, it's a good idea to check it for mistakes. You can use online tools like grammar checkers to help you. These tools can find spelling mistakes and grammar errors. They can help you learn and improve. But remember, the goal is not to be perfect. The goal is to practice. Writing is like building a muscle. The more you do it, the stronger it gets. So, get a notebook or open a document on your computer and start writing in English today. Even one sentence is a great start. Chapter 6. Building your vocabulary. Vocabulary is the collection of words you know in a language. To express yourself well in English, you need to have a good vocabulary. But learning new words can be difficult. Many learners write down new words, but then forget them the next day. So how can you learn new words and actually remember them? In this chapter, we will explore some effective methods for building a strong and lasting vocabulary. 1. The power of a notebook. A vocabulary notebook is a simple but very powerful tool. Don't just write a list of words with their translations. To make your notebook effective, you need to include more information. For each new word, you should write the word itself. The translation in your native language. This is okay for beginners. The part of speech, is it a noun, a verb, an adjective? An example sentence. This is the most important part. Do not just copy the sentence from the book or article. Create your own sentence, preferably one that is true for you. For example, if you learn the word delicious, you can write, "My mother's chocolate cake is delicious." This personal connection helps your brain remember the word. 2. The flashcard method. Flashcards are another classic tool for learning vocabulary. You can make them with small pieces of paper, or you can use a flashcard app on your phone. Here is the best way to use flashcards. On one side of the card, write the new English word. On the other side, don't just write the translation. Try to write a simple definition in English, or draw a small picture that represents the word. For example, for the word sunny, you could draw a picture of a sun. This helps you to think in English, not just translate. When you review your flashcards, try to do active recall. This means you look at the picture or the definition and you try to remember the English word. This is more difficult than just reading the English word and its translation, but it is much more effective for building a strong memory. 3. Learning from context. As we discussed in the chapter on reading, learning words from context is a very natural way to build your vocabulary. When you find a new word in a text, don't immediately run to the dictionary. First, try to guess its meaning. Read the sentences before and after the new word. Look at the other words in the sentence. These other words are your clues. Sometimes you can understand the general meaning of a word just by looking at its context. This is a very important skill because in real conversations, you cannot stop to look up every word. You have to learn to understand the main idea even if you don't know every single word. 4th, learning word families. A very efficient way to learn vocabulary is to learn word families. This means that when you learn one word, you also learn its other forms. For example, you learn the verb to create. The noun for a person is creator. The noun for the thing is creation. The adjective is creative. You learned one word, create, but now you know 4 words. You can see how this method can help you expand your vocabulary very quickly. When you look up a new word in a dictionary, take a few extra seconds to look for its other forms. 5. Review, review, review. Learning a new word once is not enough. You will forget it. To move a new word from your short-term memory to your long-term memory, you need to review it several times. A good idea is to review your new words one day after you learn them, then 3 days after, then 1 week after, and then 1 month after. This method of spaced repetition is very powerful. Building vocabulary is a slow and steady process. Be curious about words. When you hear or see a new word, be happy. It is an opportunity to learn something new. Keep your notebook with you, and soon you will have a large collection of English words that you can use to express yourself. Chapter 7. Making friends with grammar. Grammar is the set of rules that explains how a language works. For many English learners, grammar is the most difficult and boring part of learning. The idea of learning verb tenses, prepositions, and sentence structures can feel overwhelming, but grammar is not your enemy. It is your friend. Grammar helps you to communicate clearly. Without grammar, sentences can be confusing. Imagine saying, "Yesterday I go to the park." People might understand you, but the correct grammar, "Yesterday I went to the park," makes your meaning much clearer. The secret to learning grammar is to not focus too much on the rules, especially at the beginning. The secret is to absorb grammar naturally through a lot of listening and reading. 1. Learn grammar like a child. Think about how you learned the grammar of your native language when you were a child. Did you study grammar books? No. You listened to your parents and family speak, and your brain naturally started to understand the patterns. You can learn English grammar in the same way. When you read a book or listen to a podcast in English, you are seeing and hearing correct grammar in action. Your brain is a very powerful computer, and it starts to recognize what sounds right and what sounds wrong. For example, you might read the sentence, "He plays football many times." You might also read, "They play football." Your brain will start to understand the pattern. For he, she, it, we add an S to the verb in the present tense. You learn this pattern naturally, just by seeing it many times. This is often more effective than memorizing a rule from a textbook. 2. Focus on one thing at a time. English grammar is very big. If you try to learn everything at once, you will feel lost. It is much better to focus on one grammar point at a time. Maybe this week your goal is to practice the simple past tense, so you can focus on finding and noticing the past tense in everything you read and listen to. You can try to write a few sentences about what you did yesterday. Next week, maybe you can focus on prepositions of place, like in, on, and at. When you focus on one small thing, it is much easier to learn and remember. 3. Use grammar in a practical way. The best way to learn grammar is to use it. When you learn a new grammar point, try to use it in your speaking or writing immediately. Example: if you are learning about the comparative form of adjectives like bigger, taller, more interesting, you can practice by comparing two things in your room. My desk is bigger than my chair. My book is more interesting than this TV show. When you use the grammar to talk about your own life, it becomes more meaningful and easier to remember. 4. Don't worry about being perfect. It is important to remember that even native English speakers make grammar mistakes sometimes, especially when they are speaking fast. The goal of communication is to be understood. It is not to be 100% grammatically perfect all the time. As a beginner, it is much more important to be brave and try to speak, even if you make mistakes. Your confidence is more important than perfect grammar. With more practice, especially with more reading and listening, your grammar will improve naturally over time. So think of grammar as a helpful guide, not a scary monster. Learn it slowly, focus on one thing at a time, and remember that practice, not perfection, is the key to success. Chapter 8. Creating your learning routine. We have talked about listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We have talked about vocabulary and grammar. But how do you put all of these things together? How do you find the time to practice every day? The answer is to create a good learning routine. A routine is a plan that you follow regularly. Having a routine makes it easier to be consistent. When you have a routine, you don't have to think, what should I study today? You just follow your plan. This saves time and energy. Here are some steps to create an effective English learning routine that works for you. 1. Find your best time to study. Every person is different. Some people have more energy in the morning. These people are morning people. Other people have more energy in the evening. They are night owls. Think about your day. When do you feel most focused and energetic? That is your best time to study. It is better to study for 20 minutes when you feel focused than to study for an hour when you feel tired. Are you a morning person? Maybe you can wake up 20 minutes earlier to study English before you go to work or school. Do you have a lunch break? You can use 15 minutes of your lunch break to review vocabulary or read an article. Are you a night owl? Maybe your best time to study is in the evening, after dinner, when your house is quiet. Find your golden hour for studying and try to protect that time. 2. Make a simple weekly plan. You don't need a complicated plan. A simple plan is better because it is easier to follow. At the beginning of each week, you can decide what you want to focus on each day. Here is an example of a simple weekly plan for a beginner. Monday, listening. Listen to one English song 3 times. Find the lyrics and try to sing along. 15 minutes. Tuesday, reading. Read 1 page of a graded reader. Write down 3 new words. 15 minutes. Wednesday, speaking. Practice the speak to yourself technique. Describe your evening routine out loud. 10 minutes. Thursday, writing. Write 3 sentences in your English journal about your day. 10 minutes. Friday, vocabulary. Review the new words from the week using flashcards. 10 minutes. Saturday, fun English. Watch a movie or a TV show in English with subtitles. 2 hours. Sunday, rest. It is also important to rest. This plan includes all 4 skills, and it only requires a small amount of time each day. You can change this plan to fit your own goals and interests. 3. Be realistic. Many learners make a very big and ambitious plan. They say, I will study English for 2 hours every day. This is great, but for most people with jobs, families, and other responsibilities, it is very difficult to follow this plan. After a few days, they feel tired. They miss one day and then another. Soon, They stop studying completely because they feel bad that they could not follow their plan. It is much better to be realistic. A realistic goal is one that you can actually achieve. It is better to plan for 15 to 20 minutes of study every day and actually do it than to plan for 2 hours and do nothing. Start small. When you successfully follow your small plan for a few weeks, you will feel motivated. Then, if you have more time, you can gradually increase your study time. 4. Make it fun. Your learning routine should not feel like a punishment. It should be enjoyable. The best way to stay consistent is to include activities that you love. If you hate studying grammar rules from a textbook, then don't do it. Learn grammar by reading interesting stories instead. If you find flashcards boring, try a vocabulary learning app on your phone that feels like a game. If you love video games, play them in English. When you're having fun, you are more likely to continue learning. Your routine should be a mix of focused study and enjoyable activities. Find what you love and do it in English. That is the secret to a routine that you can maintain for a long, long time. Chapter 9. Using technology for learning. We live in a wonderful time for learning languages. With a smartphone or a computer, you have access to an incredible number of tools and resources to help you learn English. Technology can make your learning journey more fun, more efficient, and more connected. In this chapter, let's explore some of the best ways to use technology to improve your English. First, language learning apps. There are hundreds of apps designed to help you learn English. These apps can be a great addition to your learning routine. Apps for vocabulary and grammar, apps like Duolingo, Memrise, or Babbel are very popular. They use games, quizzes, and flashcards to help you learn new words and grammar rules. They are great for beginners because they are very structured. Apps for listening. You can use podcast apps to find podcasts for English learners. Apps like Spotify or Apple Podcasts have a huge selection. You can also use apps like YouTube to watch videos with subtitles. Apps for speaking. Some apps help you practice your speaking. For example, you can use a recording app on your phone to record yourself speaking. Then you can listen back to check your pronunciation. Tip: don't use too many apps. Choose one or two that you really like and use them regularly. Second, online dictionaries and translators. An online dictionary is an essential tool for any language learner. When you find a new word, you can quickly look it up. English dictionaries. As you become more comfortable with English, try to use an English dictionary, like the Cambridge Dictionary or Oxford Learners' Dictionaries online. When you read the definition of a word in English, you are practicing your reading and learning to think in English. Translators. Tools like Google Translate are useful, but be careful. They are good for translating single words or simple phrases, but for long, complex sentences, they can sometimes make mistakes. It is a good tool, but it is important to also try to understand the meaning yourself. 3. Finding language partners online. As we discussed in the chapter on speaking, finding a language partner is a great way to practice conversation. The internet makes it easy to connect with people from all over the world. There are many websites and apps like HelloTalk or Tandem where you can find a language exchange partner. You can find someone who is a native English speaker and wants to learn your language. You can then talk to each other through text messages, or you can have video calls. This is a fantastic way to practice real conversation with a real person without having to travel to another country. 4. YouTube, your free English teacher. YouTube is one of the best resources for learning English, and it is completely free. There are thousands of channels created by English teachers, like Speak Up English. You can find videos on every topic imaginable: grammar explanations, vocabulary lessons, pronunciation practice, listening exercises, tips and strategies for learning. When you watch YouTube videos, you can pause, rewind, and watch again. You can turn on the subtitles. You are in control of your learning. Find a few teachers or channels that you like and trust, and subscribe to them. A word of caution. Technology is a wonderful tool, but it can also be a big distraction. It is easy to open a language app and then 5 minutes later find yourself scrolling through social media. When it is your dedicated study time, try to be focused. Close other tabs on your computer. Turn off notifications on your phone. Use technology as a tool for learning, not as a source of distraction. With the right approach, the technology in your pocket can be your most powerful partner on your journey to learning English. Chapter 10, Your Journey Continues. We have reached the final chapter of our guide. We have talked about the 4 core skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We have explored methods for building your vocabulary and understanding grammar. We have discussed how to create a good learning routine and how to use technology to help you. Now let's talk about the most important thing for your long-term success: motivation. Learning a language is not a short race, it is a long marathon. There will be times when you feel excited and motivated. There will also be times when you feel tired, frustrated, or bored. This is normal. Every single language learner feels this way sometimes. So how can you stay motivated on your long journey? 1. Remember your why. Remember the goal we talked about in Chapter 1, your reason for learning English. That is your most powerful source of motivation. When you feel like you want to quit, stop and think about your why. Imagine yourself traveling to New York and ordering a coffee in English. Imagine yourself having a fun conversation with a new friend from the UK. Imagine yourself getting a better job because of your English skills. These images and feelings will give you the strength to continue, even when it feels difficult. 2. Celebrate your small wins. Many learners only focus on the big final goal. I want to be fluent. But fluency is a very big goal, and it can feel very far away. This can be discouraging. It is much better to focus on small, achievable goals and to celebrate your progress along the way. Did you understand a song in English for the first time? Celebrate that. Did you have a 5-minute conversation with a language partner? That is a huge success. Celebrate it. Did you finish reading your first short story in English? Be proud of yourself. When you celebrate your small wins, you show your brain that you are making progress. This creates positive feelings and helps you stay motivated. 3. Don't compare yourself to others. On the internet, you will see many people who seem to learn languages very fast. It is easy to look at them and think, I am so slow, I am not good at this. Please do not compare your journey to someone else's. Every person's journey is unique. Every person has a different amount of time to study. Every person has different strengths and weaknesses. Your journey is your own. The only person you should compare yourself to is the person you were yesterday. Are you a little bit better today than you were last week? If the answer is yes, then you are succeeding. 4. It's a lifelong adventure. Finally, remember that learning a language is a lifelong process. Even native speakers learn new words and new ways to express themselves. There is no finish line. So try to enjoy the process, be curious, have fun, find books, movies and music that you genuinely love. Find people that you genuinely enjoy talking to. When you make English a part of your life, a source of joy and discovery, you will never lose your motivation. Your English learning journey does not end. It just becomes a part of who you are. Thank you for reading this guide. You have taken an important step today just by practicing your reading for this long. You have shown that you are a dedicated learner. You have all the tools you need to succeed. Be patient, be consistent, and enjoy your wonderful adventure with the English language. Congratulations! You have just finished reading a very long text in English. That is a fantastic achievement, and you should be very proud of yourself. We have covered so many important ideas today, from the 4 skills to building habits and staying motivated. I hope you found it helpful and inspiring. Remember, the most important thing is to take one small step today. So, for your practice, I have a question. What is the #1 tip from this video that you are going to start using this week? Is it listening to a song, speaking to yourself, or maybe keeping a journal? Let us know in the comments below. If you found this guided reading lesson helpful, don't forget to subscribe to Speak Up English for more content to improve your English skills. Keep reading, keep learning, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Goodbye. Chapter 1. Your first step. Finding your reason. Learning a new language is a big decision. It is the start of a long and exciting journey. Before you learn your first word, before you study your first grammar rule, you must ask yourself one very important question. Why? Why do you want to learn English? This question is the foundation of your entire learning journey. Your answer is your motivation. It is the fuel that will keep you going when the journey feels difficult. Many people have simple answers. They say, I want to learn English. But this is not a strong reason. It is not enough. You need a clear and personal vision. A vision is a picture in your mind of your future success. Let's think about some weak reasons, and then let's make them stronger. A weak reason is, I want to speak English fluently. This is weak because fluently is not specific. What does it mean? A stronger reason, a real vision, could be, I want to have a 15-minute conversation in English with my friend from London without feeling nervous. I want to understand his jokes and tell him about my day. Do you see the difference? The second reason is personal and specific. You can imagine it. You can feel it. Another weak reason is, I want to travel. This is a good start, but we can make it better. A stronger vision could be, I want to travel to New York City. I want to confidently order food in a restaurant, ask for directions on the street, and have a simple conversation with the people I meet. I want to feel independent and not scared. One more weak reason, I need English for my job. This is a common reason, but let's make it more powerful. A stronger vision could be, I want to get a promotion at my job. To do this, I need to be able to write professional emails to my international clients and participate in meetings in English. I want to feel confident and professional. Take some time today to think about your why. What is your personal, specific vision for learning English? Is it to connect with a family member who lives abroad? Is it to understand the lyrics of your favorite songs? Is it to study at a university in another country? Your reason must be important to you. It must be meaningful. When you have a clear vision, something amazing happens. Studying English is no longer something you have to do. It becomes something you want to do. You are not just learning a language. You are working towards your dream. Write down your vision. Put it somewhere you can see it every day, like on your desk or on the wall in your room. When you feel tired or unmotivated, you can look at your vision. You can remember why you started. This clear reason will be your guide and your greatest strength on the journey ahead. Chapter 2. Setting your goals. Creating a map. Now that you have your big vision, your why, it is time for the next step. We need to turn that big dream into a practical plan. To do this, we need to set goals. A vision is your destination, like a beautiful city you want to visit, but goals are the map that shows you how to get there, step by step. Without goals, a big vision can feel overwhelming and impossible, but with clear goals, the journey becomes manageable. There is a famous method for setting goals called the SMART method. SMART is an acronym. It stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound. Let's look at each part. Specific, your goal should be very clear. I want to learn more vocabulary is not specific. A specific goal is, I want to learn 50 new words related to food and cooking. Measurable. You need to be able to measure your progress. How do you know if you have achieved your goal? I want to be better at listening is not measurable. A measurable goal is, I want to be able to understand 80% of a 5-minute podcast for English learners. Attainable. Your goal should be realistic. It should be possible for you to achieve. If you work 12 hours a day, a goal to study English for 3 hours every day is probably not attainable. It is better to set a smaller goal that you can actually achieve. An attainable goal could be, I will study for 20 minutes every day. Relevant. Your goal should be important for your big vision. If your main reason for learning English is to travel, then a relevant goal would be, I want to learn how to ask for directions and order food. A less relevant goal would be, I want to learn how to write a business report. Your goals should directly help you reach your dream. Time-bound, your goal needs a deadline. A deadline is a specific time or date. Without a deadline, it is easy to say, I will do it tomorrow. A time-bound goal is, in 3 months, I want to be able to have a simple 5-minute conversation with a language partner. Let's look at some examples of weak goals and how to make them SMART goals. Weak goal. I want to learn English. SMART goal. In 6 months, I want to pass the A2 level English exam so I can apply for the new job at my company. Weak goal. I want to improve my speaking. SMART goal. By the end of this month, I will practice speaking for 10 minutes every day by narrating my actions. I will record myself once a week to check my progress. When you set your goals, it is a good idea to have both long-term goals and short-term goals. A long-term goal is your big objective for the future. For example, in 1 year, I want to be able to watch a full movie in English with English subtitles and understand the main story. A short-term goal is a smaller step that helps you reach your long-term goal. For example, this week, I will watch one 10-minute cartoon in English with English subtitles. Creating clear goals is like creating a map for your English journey. You know where you're going, and you know the steps you need to take to get there. This gives you clarity, focus, and a great sense of control over your own learning. Chapter 3. Finding your balance. The 4 core skills. A language is like a table with 4 legs. The 4 legs are the 4 core skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. If a table only has 1 or 2 strong legs, it is not stable. It will fall over. To be strong and balanced in English, you need to practice all 4 skills. They are all connected and they all help each other. Let's think about how these skills are connected. To have a good conversation, you need to be good at speaking, but you also need to be good at listening. If you cannot understand what the other person is saying, you cannot give a good reply. So, speaking and listening work together like a team. To be a good writer, you need to be a good reader. When you read, you see how good writers build sentences and organize their ideas. You learn new vocabulary and see correct grammar. All of this helps you to improve your own writing. So reading and writing are also a team, and all 4 skills are connected. For example, when you read a new word in a book, you are practicing your reading. If you write that word in your notebook, you are practicing writing. If you say the word out loud, you are practicing speaking. And if you hear that word later in a podcast, you are practicing listening. One word can help you practice all 4 skills. Why is balance important? Many English learners make the mistake of only focusing on 1 or 2 skills. Some learners only watch movies and listen to music. Their listening skills become very good, but they are too shy to speak. Some learners only use language apps to learn vocabulary. They know many words, but they cannot understand a real conversation. Some learners only study grammar books. They know all the rules, but they cannot use them in a natural way when they speak. The best way to learn English is to create a study plan that includes a little bit of practice for all 4 skills. This is what we call a balanced plan. How to create a balanced plan. You don't need to practice all 4 skills every single day. You can focus on different skills on different days of the week. Here is an example of a simple, balanced weekly plan. Monday and Wednesday, input days. Focus on receiving information. You can practice listening with a podcast or a song, and reading with a short story or an article. Tuesday and Thursday, output days. Focus on producing the language. You can practice speaking by talking to yourself or a language partner, and writing by writing in your journal or sending a message to a friend. Friday, review day. Focus on vocabulary and grammar. You can review your notes from the week, use flashcards, or do some online quizzes. The weekend, fun day. Do something you enjoy in English. Watch a movie, play a video game, or read a comic book. This helps you to relax and connect English with positive feelings. Of course, your personal goals will influence your plan. If your main goal is to travel, you will probably want to focus more on speaking and listening. If your main goal is to get a job where you have to write emails, you will want to focus more on writing and reading. But even if you have a specific focus, it is important to never completely ignore the other skills. A balanced approach will make your English stronger, more flexible, and more useful in all kinds of real-life situations. Remember the table with 4 legs. Keep all 4 legs strong, and your English will be stable and ready for anything. Chapter 4. Using the right materials. Your tools for success. Imagine you want to build a house. You need tools. If you only have a small hammer, you cannot build a big, strong house. To learn English, you also need tools. Your tools are your learning materials. The books you read, the videos you watch, and the podcasts you listen to. Choosing the right materials is one of the most important decisions you will make on your learning journey. The right materials can make learning feel fun, motivating, and effective. The wrong materials can make learning feel frustrating, boring, and impossible. So how do you choose the right tools for the job? The most important rule: find your level. The biggest mistake that many learners make is choosing material that is too difficult for them. They want to learn fast, so they decide to read a famous English novel or watch a popular TV show for native speakers. But then a problem happens. They don't understand anything. They have to stop every 5 seconds to look up a word in the dictionary. After a few minutes, they feel tired and stupid. They lose their motivation and they quit. This is why it is so important to find material that is at your level, or just a little bit challenging. The 95% rule. A good rule for choosing reading and listening material is the 95% rule. This means you should understand about 95% of the words. This way, you can understand the main story and enjoy it, but there are still a few new words for you to learn. If it's too hard, if you are listening or reading and you feel lost and frustrated, the material is probably too difficult. It is not your fault. Just stop and find something easier. There is no shame in using materials for beginners. If it's too easy, on the other hand, if you understand 100% of the words and you feel a little bored, the material might be too easy. It is good for building confidence, but you are not learning many new things. It is time to find something a little more challenging. Where to find level-appropriate materials? For A2 learners, there are many fantastic resources available. Graded readers. We have talked about these before. They are books that are specially written for your level. They are the perfect tool for building your reading confidence. You can find them in bookstores or online. Podcasts for learners. Search for A2 English podcast. You will find many podcasts where the hosts speak slowly and clearly and often talk about interesting topics. YouTube channels for learners. Many YouTube channels, like this one, create videos specifically for different levels. They use simple language and often have subtitles. Websites for learners. Websites like News in Levels or BBC Learning English provide news articles written at different levels of difficulty. You can read the same news story at level 1, level 2, or level 3. This is a great way to see your progress. The second most important rule: find what you love. After you find your level, the next step is to find topics that you are genuinely interested in. Learning should be a pleasure, not a punishment. Think about your hobbies and passions. Do you love animals? Find a YouTube channel about cute animals in English. Do you love cooking? Find a blog with simple English recipes. Do you love history? Find a podcast that tells simple stories from history. When you use materials that you find interesting, you forget that you are studying. You are just enjoying your hobby. Your motivation will be much higher and you will learn much more, much faster. Your learning materials are your tools. Choosing the right tools makes the job of building your English skills much easier and much more enjoyable. So take the time to find the books, videos, and podcasts that are perfect for you. Chapter 5. Learning vocabulary in context. Vocabulary is the bricks you use to build your English house. The more bricks you have, the bigger and better your house can be. But how do you collect these bricks and make sure they are strong? Many learners try to build their vocabulary by memorizing long lists of words from a dictionary. They write the English word on one side of a paper and the translation in their language on the other. This method can feel productive. After an hour, you might have a list of 50 new words. But there is a problem with this method. The next day, you will probably forget most of those words, and even the words you remember, you might not know how to use them correctly in a sentence. This is because words on a list are like bricks scattered on the ground. They are not connected to anything. They don't have a home. The best way to learn and remember new vocabulary is to learn it in context. Context is the situation or the sentence where a word appears. When you learn a word in context, you are not just learning the word itself. You are learning its meaning, its use, and its friends. How context helps you learn. Let's look at an example. Imagine you want to learn the word journey. Learning from a list, you write in your notebook, journey equals viager. Okay, you know the translation. But how do you use it? Is it a long trip or a short trip? Is it for fun or for work? You don't know. Learning from context. Now, imagine you read this sentence in a story. Learning a new language is like starting a long and exciting journey. Now you have much more information. You see that a journey is connected to words like long and exciting. You understand that it is not just a physical trip, but can also be a long process of learning or development. The sentence gives the word a home. It gives it meaning. Where to find words in context? The best places to find words in context are the places we have already talked about: reading. When you read stories, articles, or blogs, you are seeing thousands of words used naturally in sentences. Listening. When you listen to podcasts or watch movies, you are hearing words used in real conversations. A better way to use your notebook, so you should throw away your vocabulary notebook. No, your notebook is still a very important tool, but you should change the way you use it. When you find a new word that you want to learn, don't just write the word and its translation. Instead, write the entire sentence where you found it. Example, you are reading a story and you see the sentence, "The little boy was brave." In your notebook, you should write brave, adjective tangible valiente. Example sentence, "The little boy was very brave." When you review your notebook, you will not just see a random word. You will see the word in its natural environment. This will help your brain to remember not only the meaning of the word, but also how to use it correctly in a sentence. Think of learning vocabulary like making new friends. You don't get to know a person by just learning their name. You get to know them by spending time with them, by seeing them in different situations and by learning who their other friends are. Treat new words in the same way. Don't just learn their names, learn their stories, learn them in context. This is the secret to building a vocabulary that is not only big, but also useful and strong. Chapter 6. Surrounding yourself with English. Imagine you want to learn how to swim. You can read books about swimming and watch videos about swimming, but what is the fastest and most effective way to learn? It is to get in the pool, to surround yourself with water. Learning a language is very similar. The fastest way to learn English is to surround yourself with it. This is called immersion. Immersion means you make English a normal and necessary part of your daily life. You might think, but I don't live in an English-speaking country. How can I surround myself with English? The good news is that with today's technology, you can create an English world for yourself, right in your own home. Let's look at some simple and practical ways to create your own English immersion environment. 1. Your digital world. We all spend many hours every day using our phones and computers. This digital world is a perfect place to start your immersion. Change your phone language. This is one of the easiest and most powerful tricks. Go to your phone settings and change the system language to English. At first, it will feel strange, but after a few days, it will feel normal. You will learn hundreds of useful words like settings, notifications, call, message, delete, and save without even trying. Change your app languages. You can also change the language of your favorite social media apps like Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok to English. You will start to see buttons like, comment, share, and follow in English. Change your computer language. Do the same thing with your computer or laptop. Every time you turn it on, you will be interacting with English. 2. Your home environment. You can also change your physical environment to include more English. Label everything. We talked about this before, but it is a great immersion technique. Get some sticky notes and label the objects in your house. Put a note that says door on your door. Put one that says window on your window. Label your refrigerator, sofa, television, and bed. Every time you see these objects, you will also see the English word. This creates a constant and effortless review. Shopping lists. When you need to go to the supermarket, try to write your shopping list in English. Instead of writing leche, write milk. Instead of pan, write bread. It's a simple, practical way to practice vocabulary for everyday life. 3. Your entertainment. The time you use for relaxation and entertainment can also be your English practice time. Music. Create a playlist of songs in English that you love. Listen to it when you are cooking, cleaning, or exercising. Let the sounds of English become a normal part of your day. TV and movies. We talked about the 3-step method for watching movies. Subtitles in your language, then English subtitles, then no subtitles. Try to make a rule for yourself. This week, one of the movies I watch will be in English. YouTube. Think about the topics you love to watch on YouTube. Do you like videos about travel, video games, makeup, or technology? Find a creator who makes videos about that topic in English. Subscribe to their channel. Now your entertainment is also your English lesson. 4. Your thinking. The final and most advanced step of immersion is to try to change the language you think in. Start with simple thoughts. You don't have to think about complex philosophy in English. Start with simple, everyday thoughts. Example, when you wake up, you can think to yourself, I am tired, I need coffee. Example, when you're hungry, you can think, what should I eat for lunch? Maybe a sandwich. This is difficult at first, but it is the ultimate goal of immersion. When you start thinking in English, you are no longer translating. You are using the language naturally and automatically. Creating an immersion environment doesn't happen in one day. You can start small. Choose one or two of these ideas to try this week. Maybe you can change your phone language today. Maybe you can find one YouTube channel in English to watch. Every small change you make helps to build your English world and makes your learning journey faster and more effective. Chapter 7. The Power of Active Listening. Listening is often called a passive skill, but the best learners know that this is not true. To really improve your comprehension, you need to be an active listener. Active listening is a skill that you can build with practice. It will help you understand conversations, movies, and podcasts much more easily. Let's explore some simple techniques to transform your listening from passive to active. 1. Listen without distractions. In our busy lives, we often do many things at the same time. This is called multitasking. We listen to a podcast while we cook dinner. We have a YouTube video on while we are checking our emails. This is passive listening. Your brain is not fully focused on the English sounds. To practice active listening, you need to do the opposite. Find a time and a place where you can listen without distractions. Create a quiet space. Sit in a comfortable chair. Put your phone on silent and place it face down so you cannot see the screen. Focus for a short time. You don't need to do this for an hour. Start with just 5 or 10 minutes of focused listening. Choose your audio. Pick a short audio clip that is at your level. A podcast for A2 learners is a perfect choice. Just listen. For these few minutes, your only job is to listen. Close your eyes if it helps you to focus. Try to understand the main idea. Try to hear the individual words. Try to notice the music of the language, the intonation and rhythm. This focused practice is like a workout for your ears and your brain. It teaches your brain to pay close attention to English. 2. Listen with a pen and paper. Another way to make your listening active is to interact with the audio. Don't just let the sounds wash over you. Engage with them. Listen for keywords. Before you start listening, tell yourself, I'm going to write down the 5 most important words I hear. This gives you a mission. It forces you to listen for the words that carry the most meaning. Listen for a specific piece of information. Give yourself a question to answer. For example, if the podcast is about a trip to Paris, you can ask yourself, what places did the speaker visit? Then you listen carefully for the names of places like the Eiffel Tower or the Louvre Museum. Listen and write a summary. After you listen to the audio clip, pause it and try to write 1 or 2 sentences that summarize the main idea. This is a great way to check if you really understood the message. 3. Use the power of repetition. You do not have to understand everything the first time. Repetition is a key part of active listening. Listen multiple times. Listen to the same short audio clip 3 or 4 times. First time, just try to get the general topic. Second time, try to understand more details and write down any words you don't know. Third time, look up the new words and then listen again. You will be amazed at how much more you understand. 4. Combine listening with reading. As we discussed before, using a transcript is a super method because it combines listening and reading. Step 1. Listen to the audio without the text. Step 2. Listen to the audio while reading the text, the transcript. This connects the sounds to the words. Step 3. Read the text out loud yourself to practice pronunciation. Step 4. Listen one final time without the text. The audio will sound much clearer and easier to understand. By using these active listening techniques, you are taking control of your learning. You are training your brain to be a better, more focused listener. This will not only help you understand podcasts and movies, but it will also prepare you for the most important listening skill of all, understanding real people in real conversations. Chapter 8. The Courage to Write and Speak. Listening and reading are input skills. You are taking information into your brain. Speaking and writing are output skills. You are producing information from your brain. For many learners, the output skills are much scarier. Why? Because when you speak or write, you can make mistakes, and other people can see or hear those mistakes. This fear of making mistakes can be a big barrier. It can stop learners from practicing the most important skills. In this chapter, we will talk about how to find the courage to practice writing and speaking, and we will explore some simple, low-pressure ways to start. 1. Understanding mistakes. The first step is to change your mindset about mistakes. A mistake is not a sign of failure. A mistake is a sign that you are trying. Mistakes are necessary. It is impossible to learn a language without making mistakes. Impossible. Every fluent speaker you meet has made thousands of mistakes on their journey. Mistakes are your teachers. When you make a mistake and someone corrects you, or you correct yourself, you learn something new. The memory of the mistake can actually help you to remember the correct form better. Communication is the goal, not perfection. When you are speaking to someone, their main goal is to understand your message. They are not listening for your small grammar mistakes. If your message is clear, you have succeeded. So please, give yourself permission to be imperfect. Give yourself permission to make mistakes. This is the most important step to finding the courage to write and speak. 2. Simple ways to practice. Writing. You don't need to write a long essay to practice your writing. You can start with very small, simple, and safe exercises. The daily journal. We have talked about this before. A private journal is a safe space. No one will see it. You can write about your day, your feelings, or your thoughts. Start with just 1 or 2 sentences a day. The goal is to build the habit and the confidence. Write comments online. This is a great low-pressure way to practice real communication. When you watch a YouTube video you like, write a simple comment in English. "Thank you for this video. It was very helpful." Or "This story was very interesting." The community is often very supportive. The copywork method. This is a classic technique. Find a short paragraph of English that you like. It could be from a book or an article. Now copy it exactly into your notebook by hand. This is not a creative exercise, but it is very powerful. When you copy, you are paying attention to every detail: spelling, punctuation, and sentence structure. You are absorbing the patterns of good writing. 3. Simple ways to practice speaking. You don't need to have a long, complex conversation to practice speaking. Speak to yourself. This is the safest way to start. You can narrate your day, read a book out loud, or answer practice questions. The goal is to get your mouth used to making English sounds and your brain used to forming English sentences. Use a language partner for short, specific tasks. When you find a language partner online, you don't have to have a 1-hour conversation. You can start with something small. You can agree to exchange short voice messages every day. For example, you can send a 30-second voice message telling your partner about your day. They can do the same. This is much less scary than a live call. Prepare for conversations. If you are nervous about talking to a language partner, you can prepare. Before you talk, think of 3 or 4 questions you want to ask them. Write them down. Also, think about some things you want to talk about. Maybe you want to talk about a movie you saw or a book you are reading. When you have a small plan, you will feel much more confident. The journey to confident speaking and writing is built on small, brave steps. Start with the exercises that feel safe and manageable for you. Celebrate every sentence you write and every word you speak. You have the courage inside you. You just need to let it out. Chapter 9, Making Technology Your Friend. We are very lucky to be learning English in the 21st century. We have a powerful teacher in our pockets and on our desks. Technology. The internet, our smartphones, and our computers give us access to an amazing world of resources and tools. If you use it wisely, technology can be your best friend on your English learning journey. It can make learning more fun, more convenient, and much more effective. Let's explore some of the best ways to use technology as your learning buddy. 1. Language learning apps, your personal tutor. There are hundreds of apps designed for learning English. These apps can be a great way to build a foundation, especially for vocabulary and grammar. What they are good for: apps are great for short, daily practice. They often feel like a game, which makes learning fun and motivating. They are perfect for learning basic vocabulary and seeing simple sentence structures. How to use them effectively: choose 1 or 2 apps that you like and use them consistently. Try to do a short lesson every day. Remember, these apps are a tool, but they are not a complete solution. You still need to practice with real-world materials like books and podcasts. 2. Online dictionaries, your word explorer. A good online dictionary is an essential tool. It is much faster than a paper dictionary, and it often has extra features. Choosing a good dictionary. For A2 learners, a dictionary that gives simple definitions in English is a great choice. The Cambridge Learners Dictionary or the Oxford Learners Dictionaries are excellent options. They also provide example sentences and audio pronunciation. How to use it: when you find a new word, don't just look at the translation. Listen to the pronunciation. Read the example sentences. Try to understand the English definition. This helps you to start thinking in English. 3. YouTube, your free video library. YouTube is an incredible resource for English learners, and it is completely free. You can find videos on any topic you can imagine. Channels for English learners. There are thousands of wonderful teachers on YouTube who create lessons for every level. You can find videos on grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, and learning tips. Find a few teachers whose style you like and subscribe to their channels. Watching for fun. Remember to use YouTube for fun too. Find channels in English about your hobbies. Whether you like makeup, history, science, or cars, there is a channel for you. Watching videos you enjoy is a fantastic way to improve your listening skills. Using YouTube's features, don't forget to use the tools that YouTube gives you. You can slow down the speed of the video if the speaker is too fast. You can turn on the subtitles, captions, in English to help you understand. 4. Language exchange websites and apps. Your global connection technology allows you to connect with people from all over the world. You can practice speaking with a native English speaker without ever leaving your home. How they work: websites and apps like HelloTalk, Tandem, and Speaky help you find a language exchange partner. You find a native English speaker who wants to learn your language. Then you can help each other. You can spend half the time speaking in English so they can help you, and half the time speaking in your language so you can help them. How to start: you can start with just text messages. When you feel more confident, you can send short voice messages. And when you are ready, you can have a live video call. This is one of the best ways to practice real conversation. A final tip: be the boss of your technology. Technology is a wonderful servant, but it can be a terrible master. The internet is full of distractions. It is very easy to plan to study English for 20 minutes and then find yourself watching funny cat videos for an hour instead. When it is your dedicated study time, be focused. Turn off notifications from other apps. Close your social media tabs. Use technology as a deliberate tool for your learning. By using these digital tools in a smart and focused way, you can make your English learning journey faster, more effective, and much more interesting. Chapter 10. The journey is the reward. We have reached the end of our guide. We have traveled a long way together. We started with the idea of magic shortcuts and learned that the real path to success is not magic, but method. It is a path of active, consistent, and enjoyable work. Let's take a moment to look back at the most important lessons we have learned on our journey today. 1. Find your fire, your motivation. Everything starts with your why. Your reason for learning English is the fuel for your journey. It is what will keep you going on difficult days. Make your reason personal, specific, and emotional. Write it down and look at it often. 2. Be an active learner, not a passive observer. Your brain learns best when it is engaged. Don't just let English happen around you. Interact with it. Ask questions, take notes, summarize, speak, and write. Turn every learning opportunity into an active workout for your brain. 3. Small steps. Every day lead to big results. Consistency is the secret ingredient to success. A small amount of focused practice every single day is much more powerful than a long study session once a week. Build a simple, realistic routine that you can stick to. 4. Make it fun. You will never continue doing something that you hate. Find a way to connect English with your passions and interests. Read about your hobbies. Listen to your favorite music. Watch movies you love. When learning is a joy, it never feels like work. 5. Be brave and make mistakes. Fear is the biggest enemy of a language learner. You must be brave enough to speak, even if you are not perfect. You must be brave enough to write, even if you make mistakes. Every mistake is a lesson. Every attempt is a victory. 6. Be patient and kind to yourself. Learning a language is a marathon, not a sprint. There will be good weeks and bad weeks. There will be moments of great progress and moments where you feel stuck on a plateau. This is the normal rhythm of learning. Do not compare your journey to anyone else's. Your path is your own. The only person you should compete with is the person you were yesterday. Celebrate your small successes. Be proud of how far you have come. Every word you know today is a word you did not know before. You have started one of the most rewarding adventures of your life. Learning English will open doors you cannot yet imagine. It will bring you new friends, new opportunities, and new ways of seeing the world. You have already shown your dedication by completing this long reading practice today. You have the focus and the determination to succeed. The journey ahead is long, but it is also beautiful. Trust the process, be consistent, and most importantly, enjoy every step of your wonderful adventure with the English language. Congratulations! You have just finished reading a very, very long text in English. That is an incredible achievement, and you should be extremely proud of your focus and dedication today. We have explored a complete, step-by-step guide to learning English. I hope you feel motivated and now have a clear plan for your own studies. Remember, the most important step is always the next one you take. So, for your practice today, I have a question. What is the #1 tip from this video that you are going to start using this week? Is it creating a routine, finding a language partner, or maybe labeling things in your house? Let us know in the comments below. If you found this special guided reading lesson helpful, don't forget to subscribe to Speak Up English for more content to improve your English skills. Keep practicing, keep believing in yourself, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Goodbye. We're going to talk about one of the most powerful tools for learning English, reading. This exercise will help you see how ideas are structured, learn new vocabulary in context, and practice processing information directly in English. Our topic is why reading is so important and how you can use it to improve your English every day. So get ready to focus and read along. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Why reading is your best friend. When you are learning a new language, there are many things to study. You have to learn grammar, practice listening, and be brave enough to speak. Sometimes it can feel difficult, but there is one activity that helps with all parts of your learning. That activity is reading. Reading in English is one of the most complete exercises you can do. It is like a full workout for your brain. When you read, you are practicing many skills at the same time. You are learning new words, seeing correct grammar, and understanding how sentences are built. For many people, reading in a new language seems like a difficult task at first. Maybe you have tried to read a book in English before and you felt frustrated. Maybe there were too many words you did not know. This is a normal feeling. Every language learner has this experience at the beginning. But with a little patience and with the right books, reading can become one of the most enjoyable and rewarding parts of your English journey. A rewarding activity is something that makes you feel good and proud of yourself after you do it. Being able to read a story or an article in another language is a wonderful achievement. It shows you that you are making real progress. It gives you confidence. In this book, we are going to explore the many benefits of reading in English. We will see how this simple activity can help you become a better speaker, a better writer, and a more confident English user. We will also give you some simple tips to help you start your reading adventure today. So let's turn the page and begin to discover the magic of reading. Chapter 2, Benefit 1. You learn new words naturally. One of the biggest and most important benefits of reading is that it helps you expand your vocabulary. To expand your vocabulary means to increase the number of words you know. Of course, you can learn new words by memorizing lists from a textbook, but this is often boring, and it is easy to forget the words later. Reading offers a much more natural and effective way to learn. When you read, you do not see words in a list. You see words in a real context, inside a real sentence. This context helps you to understand the meaning of the word much more easily. Let's look at an example. Imagine you are reading a story and you see this sentence. The little girl was very brave. She was not afraid of the big dark dog. Maybe you do not know the word brave, but you can use the rest of the sentence as a clue. The sentence says she was not afraid. So, you can guess that brave means something similar to not being afraid. This is learning from context. It is a very powerful skill. Every time you read a new book or a new article, you will meet new words. A good idea is to have a notebook with you when you read. When you see a new word that seems important, you can underline it in the book. After you finish reading the page or the chapter, you can write these new words in your notebook. But do not just write the word and its translation. To remember the word better, you should also write the full sentence from the story where you found it. For example, in your notebook, you can write brave. The little girl was very brave. When you write the full sentence, you remember how the word is used. This is much more effective than just memorizing a single word. Reading many different types of texts, like stories, news articles, and blogs, will introduce you to a wide variety of words. Your vocabulary will grow bigger and bigger with every page you read. And the best part is that you are learning these new words while enjoying a story or learning about a topic you are interested in. This makes the process much more fun than just studying a list. Chapter 3. Benefit 2. Your grammar gets better automatically. Grammar can be one of the most difficult parts of learning a new language. There are so many rules to remember. Verb tenses, prepositions, articles, and sentence structure. Studying grammar from a textbook can feel complicated and for many people very boring. But what if I told you there is a way to improve your grammar without studying grammar rules for hours? That way is reading. When you read a book written by a native speaker, you are seeing perfect examples of correct English grammar on every page. You are not reading a list of rules. You are seeing the rules in action. Think about how a child learns the grammar of their first language. A child does not study a grammar book. A child learns by listening to the people around them. After hearing thousands and thousands of correct sentences, the child's brain starts to understand the patterns of the language naturally. The child starts to know what sounds right. Reading works in a very similar way. When you read consistently in English, your brain does the same thing. It starts to absorb the patterns of the language. Let's look at an example. You might not know the rule for when to use do and when to use does in questions. But if you read many stories, you will see sentences like, "Do you like coffee? Do they live here? Does he play football? Does she work in an office?" After seeing these patterns many times, your brain will start to understand the rule automatically. We use does for he, she, and it. You learn this naturally just by reading. You don't have to memorize a chart. Reading helps you with many parts of grammar. Verb tenses. You will see how the past tense, present tense, and future tense are used in a story. Sentence structure. You will see how to build correct and interesting sentences. Prepositions. You will see how words like in, at, and on are used correctly. For example, he lives in London. He works on Monday. He wakes up at 7 a.m. The more you read, the more these correct patterns will become a part of your own thinking. When you speak or write, you will start to use the correct grammar more automatically because it will feel right to you. So, if you do not like studying grammar rules, the best solution is to read more. Reading is like having a private grammar teacher who shows you thousands of perfect examples. It is a natural and effective way to make grammar your friend, not your enemy. Chapter 4. Benefit 3. You become a better writer and speaker. Every English learner wants to speak more fluently and write more clearly. Reading is one of the best activities to help you achieve both of these goals. It might seem strange that a quiet activity like reading can help you with an active skill like speaking, but it is true. Let's see how reading helps your writing. When you read, you are not just learning new words and grammar. You are also learning how to build good sentences and paragraphs. You see how a professional writer or a good author organizes their ideas. You learn about sentence structure. You see how to use short sentences to create excitement and long sentences to give more details. You learn how to connect ideas using words like and, but, and because. You learn about paragraphs. You see how a paragraph usually has one main idea. You see how sentences in a paragraph connect to each other in a logical way. You learn about style. Different writers have different styles. Some write in a very simple and clear way. Others use more descriptive and poetic language. By reading different authors, you can find a style that you like and try to use some of their techniques in your own writing. When you have to write an email, a message, or a story in English, your brain will have many examples of good writing to use as a model. This makes the process much easier. Now let's see how reading helps your speaking. When you read, you are filling your brain with English words and phrases. Think of your brain like a library. Every time you read, you are putting more books, more words and sentences into your library. Then when you need to speak, your brain can go to this library and find the words and phrases it needs. The more you have read, the bigger your library is. This means you can find the right words more quickly when you are having a conversation. Example, maybe you want to say that something is very interesting. If you have only learned basic words, you might just say, "It is very interesting." But if you have read many books, maybe you have seen other words. You might remember a word like fascinating, so you can say, "The documentary was fascinating." This makes your English sound richer and more advanced. Reading dialogue in stories is especially helpful for speaking. You see how characters greet each other, ask questions, and disagree politely. This is like watching hundreds of small conversations, and you learn the natural flow of spoken English. So reading is not just a passive activity, it is an active way to build the foundation for your writing and speaking. Every page you read is an investment in your ability to communicate more effectively. Chapter 5, Benefit 4, your listening and pronunciation improve. It might seem surprising, but reading can also have a big impact on your listening and pronunciation skills. The connection between reading and these skills is very strong, especially when you use a simple technique, reading out loud. How reading aloud helps pronunciation. When you read a book silently, the words go from your eyes to your brain. But when you read a book out loud, you add two more steps. Your brain has to send a message to your mouth, and your mouth has to produce the sound. Then your ears hear the sound you made. This is a full circle exercise. Practicing reading aloud is like going to the gym for your mouth. The muscles in your tongue, lips, and jaw need to learn how to make the new and sometimes difficult sounds of English. For example, the teachy sound in words like think and that can be hard for many learners. The more you practice saying these words out loud, the easier it will become. When you read aloud, you can focus on pronouncing the words clearly and correctly. At first, you might be slow, and that is perfectly okay. The goal is not speed. The goal is clarity. How reading connects to listening. Have you ever had this experience? You know a word when you read it, but you do not recognize it when you hear a native speaker say it. This is a common problem. It happens because the written word and the spoken word can seem very different. Reading helps to build a stronger connection between the two. But the most powerful way to improve both your listening and your pronunciation at the same time is to use audiobooks. An audiobook is a recording of a person reading a book. The narrator is usually a professional actor or a native speaker with a very clear voice. Here is a very effective method you can use. Get the book and the audiobook. Many famous books, especially graded readers, have an audio version. Listen and read at the same time. Play the audiobook and follow along in the physical book or e-book with your eyes. Pay attention to the sounds. Listen to how the narrator pronounces the words. Listen to the rhythm of the sentences. Where does their voice go up? Where does it go down? This is the music of English. Pause and repeat. When you hear a sentence that is interesting or difficult, pause the audio and try to repeat the sentence out loud. Try to copy the narrator's pronunciation and intonation exactly. This is the shadowing technique we have talked about before. When you use audiobooks, you are training your ear to understand spoken English better. You are learning the correct pronunciation of thousands of words, and you are practicing your own speaking at the same time. So reading is not just for your eyes, it is also for your mouth and your ears. By reading aloud and using audiobooks, you can create a complete language learning experience that will help all of your skills grow together. Chapter 6. Benefit 5. You open your mind to new worlds. Learning a language is more than just memorizing words and grammar rules. It is about opening your mind. It is about connecting with new ideas, new perspectives, and new cultures. Reading is one of the best ways to do this. It is a window that lets you look into different worlds. Learning about culture. Every story, every article, and every book you read in English gives you a small piece of culture. Culture is the way of life, the ideas, and the traditions of a group of people. Example. If you read a story about a family in the United States celebrating Thanksgiving, you learn about the tradition of eating a big turkey dinner and being thankful for what you have. You learn vocabulary, but you also learn something important about American culture. Example, if you read a news article from the UK, you might learn about the British love for tea, or the importance of the royal family, or the rules of cricket. When you understand the culture behind a language, it helps you to understand the people who speak it. You learn what is important to them, what they think is funny, and how they interact with each other. This cultural knowledge is very important for real communication. It helps you to avoid misunderstandings and to connect with native speakers on a deeper level. Seeing different perspectives. When you read a book written by an author from a different country, you get to see the world through their eyes. A story can show you what life is like for a teenager in Australia, a doctor in Canada, or a musician in Ireland. This helps you to become a more open-minded person. You learn that your way of seeing the world is not the only way. There are many different perspectives and many different ways to live. Reading helps you to travel to new places and meet new people without ever leaving your chair. Reading is fun. We have talked about many serious benefits of reading, like improving grammar and vocabulary, but we must not forget one of the most important benefits. Reading is fun. It is a wonderful form of entertainment. When you are reading a good book, you can forget about your daily problems and your stress. You can enter a different world. You can go on an adventure with the characters. You can try to solve a mystery. For many people, the experience of reading a book is even better than watching a movie. When you watch a movie, you see the director's vision. But when you read a book, you use your own imagination. You create the pictures of the characters and the places in your own mind. Your mind is the director, and the possibilities are infinite. So, when you choose a book to read in English, remember to choose something that you think will be fun. Choose a story that makes you feel excited to turn the page. Because when you are enjoying yourself, you are learning more than you can ever imagine. Reading truly opens your mind and your world. Chapter 7. How to Start Reading Today. We have talked a lot about the amazing benefits of reading. It can help your vocabulary, your grammar, your writing, your speaking, your listening, and your cultural understanding. Now, you might be thinking, okay, I am convinced, but how do I start? What should I read? Starting can feel like the hardest part, but it doesn't have to be. Here are some simple, practical steps you can take to start your English reading journey today. Step 1. Find your level. As we have discussed, it is very important to choose a text that is not too difficult. If you have to stop every 10 seconds to look up a word in the dictionary, you will get frustrated and you will not enjoy the experience. The 5-finger rule. Here is a simple trick to find your level. Open a book to any page and start reading. Every time you find a word you do not know, put 1 finger up. If you have 5 fingers up before you finish the page, the book is probably too difficult for you right now. Try to find a book where you have only 1 or 2 unknown words per page. Start with graded readers. Remember, graded readers are your best friends at the beginning. They are designed for you. They make it possible to read a whole book and feel a wonderful sense of accomplishment. Go to a bookstore or look online for a 2-level graded readers. Step 2. Choose your passion. What do you love? What are you curious about? The key to building a reading habit is to make it enjoyable. Make a list of your interests. Write down 3 to 5 topics that you love. It could be animals, cars, history, cooking, fashion, or video games. Search for these topics in English. Go online and search for simple English blog about cooking or easy articles about football. You will find thousands of free resources. Start with what you know. A great idea is to read something that you have already read in your own language. For example, if you love the Chronicles of Narnia books, try reading The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe in English. You already know the story and the characters, so it will be much easier to understand the English text. Step 3. Create a reading space and time. Make reading a special part of your day. Find a comfortable place. It could be your favorite armchair, a corner of your sofa, or even your bed. Make it a cozy and quiet place where you can relax. Set a specific time. We talked about building a routine. Decide on your reading time. Maybe it's 15 minutes every morning with your coffee. Maybe it's 20 minutes every night before you sleep. Put this time in your schedule, just like an important appointment. Prepare your tools. Have your book, your notebook, and your pen ready. If you use an online dictionary, have the website open on your phone or computer. When everything is ready, it is easier to start. Step 4. Just begin. The final step is the most important one. Just begin. Don't wait for the perfect day or the perfect book. Choose something today and read 1 page, just 1. The goal today is not to finish a book. The goal is to start a habit. Reading in English is a journey, not a race. Every page you read is a small step forward. Every new word you learn is a small victory. Be patient with yourself, celebrate your progress, and most importantly, enjoy the adventure. The whole world of stories is waiting for you, and there we have it. A deep dive into the many wonderful benefits of reading in English. We've talked about how it builds your vocabulary, improves your grammar, and even helps your speaking and listening skills. Most importantly, we've talked about how to start. I hope this guided reading practice has shown you that you can read in English. And I hope it has inspired you to make reading a regular part of your learning journey. Remember, the secret is to find something you love and to be consistent. So, for your practice today, I have a question. What is the first book, article, or even comic book that you are going to start reading in English? Let us know in the comments below. We would love to hear about the start of your reading adventure. If you found this video helpful, please give it a like and subscribe to Speak Up English for more content to improve your English skills. Keep reading, keep learning, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Goodbye.
Hello, and welcome to Speak Up English. My name is Clara. I am very happy you are here to practice English with me today. In this podcast, we are going to talk about a very common topic, my daily routine. A routine is the list of things you do every day. I will speak very slowly and very clearly. My goal is to help you understand. Don't worry if you do not understand every word. Just listen, relax, and try to understand the main ideas. This is a great way to practice your listening skills. Are you ready? Let's begin. My daily routine is very simple. I like simple days. My week starts on Monday and ends on Friday. On these days, my routine is always the same. My morning always starts early. My alarm clock rings at 7 a.m. The sound is not very loud. It is a soft sound. I don't get out of bed immediately. First, I wake up. This means my eyes open and my brain starts to work. I stay in bed for about 5 minutes. I like to stretch my arms and my legs. It feels good to stretch in the morning. Then, at about 7:05 a.m., I get up. To get up means to physically leave the bed. I put on my slippers because the floor is a little cold. The first thing I do after I get up is go to the bathroom. I wash my face with cool water. This helps me to feel more awake. Then, I brush my teeth. I always use a mint toothpaste. After the bathroom, I go to the kitchen. The kitchen is my favorite room in the morning because I love coffee. I have a coffee every single day. I have a simple coffee machine. I put water and coffee in the machine and press a button. While the coffee is making, I prepare my breakfast. My breakfast is also very simple. I usually eat breakfast at around 7:30 a.m. I am not very hungry in the morning, so I eat something small. I often have toast with butter and jam. Sometimes I have a bowl of cereal with milk. And of course, I drink my big cup of coffee. I like my coffee with a little bit of milk and no sugar. I sit at my kitchen table and eat my breakfast slowly. I like to look out the window while I eat. I can see the trees in the sky. It is a very quiet and peaceful time. I do not look at my phone. I do not watch TV. It is just me, my breakfast, and my coffee. This is my quiet time before the busy day starts. After breakfast, it is time to get ready for work. I go to my bedroom and I choose my clothes for the day. I work in an office, so I need to wear nice clothes. I usually wear pants and a nice shirt, or sometimes a dress. Then, I take a quick shower. After my shower, I get dressed and I do my hair. I don't wear a lot of makeup, just a little bit. The whole process of getting ready takes about 30 minutes. Before I leave the house, I always check my bag. I make sure I have my keys, my wallet, and my phone. I also prepare a small lunch to take to work. Usually, it is a sandwich and a piece of fruit, like an apple or a banana. At around 8:30 a.m., I am ready to go to work. I put on my coat and my shoes, say goodbye to my empty apartment, and I leave. I take the bus to work. The bus stop is very near my house. It is only a 2-minute walk. I usually get to the bus stop at 8:35 a.m. The bus comes at 8:40 a.m. I am always on time. The bus ride to my office takes about 20 minutes. During the bus ride, I like to listen to music or a podcast. It makes the time go faster. I arrive at my office building at around 9 a.m. I work on the 5th floor. I take the elevator up to my office. I work as a graphic designer. I work with a small team of people. My colleagues are very friendly. I say good morning to everyone, and then I go to my desk. The first thing I do at work is turn on my computer. Then I check my emails. I usually have 5 or 10 new emails in the morning. I read them, and I reply to the important ones. My work is interesting. I design logos, websites, and advertisements for different companies. I use a special computer program to do my work. I like my job because I can be creative. At around 11 a.m., my team and I usually have a short meeting. We talk about our projects for the day. We share ideas and help each other. After the meeting, I continue to work on my projects. I listen to music with my headphones while I work. It helps me to focus. At 1 p.m., it is time for lunch. I have lunch with my colleagues in the office kitchen. We sit together and talk. Today, I have the sandwich I made at home. It is a cheese and tomato sandwich. I also have an apple. My lunch break is 1 hour long. It is a good time to relax and talk with my friends from work. After lunch, I go back to my desk. The afternoon is usually quieter than the morning. I continue my design work. Sometimes I have another meeting in the afternoon, but not every day. I finish work at 5 p.m. At the end of the day, I tidy up my desk. I put my papers in order, and I turn off my computer. I say goodbye to my colleagues, and I leave the office. My journey home is similar to my journey to work. I walk to the bus stop, and I take the bus home. I usually get home at around 5:45 p.m. When I get home, I am usually a little tired. The first thing I do is change my clothes. I take off my work clothes, and I put on something comfortable, like sweatpants and a t-shirt. It feels so good to be in comfortable clothes. Then, for about 30 minutes, I just relax. I sit on my sofa, and I do nothing. Sometimes I close my eyes. Sometimes I just look out the window. This is my time to rest after a long day. At around 6:30 p.m., I start to think about dinner. I enjoy cooking. It is a creative and relaxing activity for me. I cook dinner almost every night. I go to the kitchen and I look in my refrigerator to see what food I have. Tonight, I have some chicken and some fresh vegetables. Broccoli, carrots, and peppers. I decide to cook roasted chicken with vegetables. I wash the vegetables and I chop them into small pieces. I put the chicken and the vegetables in a dish with some olive oil and spices. Then, I put it in the oven. While the dinner is cooking, I do some small chores. I might wash the dishes from breakfast, or I might tidy up the living room a little bit. The house fills with a delicious smell from the oven. At around 7:30 p.m., dinner is ready. I put the food on a plate, and I sit at my kitchen table to eat. I don't like to eat in front of the television. I like to focus on my food and enjoy the flavors. After dinner, I wash the dishes. I like to have a clean kitchen before I relax for the rest of the evening. The rest of my evening is my free time. I have a few different hobbies that I enjoy. Sometimes I watch TV. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I have 1 or 2 shows that I really like. I like dramas and documentaries. I sit on my comfortable sofa with a blanket and watch one episode. Other times, I read a book. I love reading. It is my favorite hobby. I have a small bookshelf in my living room with many books. Reading a good story is like going on an adventure. It helps me to relax and to forget about any stress from the day. At around 9:30 p.m., I start to get ready for bed. I turn off the TV or I put my book away. I like to have a quiet and calm end to my day. I go to the bathroom and I brush my teeth again. I wash my face. I change into my pajamas. Finally, at around 10 p.m., I go to bed. I get into my bed, and I usually read for about 15 more minutes. Reading in bed helps me to feel sleepy. Then, I turn off the light. I think about my day for a few minutes. I think about what I need to do tomorrow. Then, I close my eyes, and I fall asleep. And that is my simple, typical daily routine. It is not very exciting, but it is my life, and I like it. It is organized and peaceful. So, that was my daily routine. We talked about many common activities, from waking up in the morning to going to bed at night. I hope this slow listening practice was helpful for you. Remember, the more you listen to English, the more you will understand. Consistency is the key. Thank you so much for listening today. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next episode of Speak Up English. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara. I am very happy you are here to practice English with me today. In this podcast, we're going to talk about a very fun and delicious topic, my favorite foods. Food is a wonderful topic because everyone in the world loves to eat. Learning how to talk about food is very useful. For daily conversations, you can talk about what you eat, what you like, and what you don't like. As always, I will speak very slowly and very clearly. My goal is to help you understand. Don't worry if you do not understand every single word. Just listen, relax, and try to understand the main ideas. Are you ready to talk about food? Let's begin. In my country, we usually have 3 main meals every day. These meals are breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I will tell you about what I usually eat for each of these meals. Let's start with the first meal of the day, breakfast. Breakfast is the meal we eat in the morning, after we wake up. The word breakfast means to break the fast. The fast is the time you are sleeping and not eating. So, breakfast is the first food you eat. I think breakfast is a very important meal. It gives you energy for the rest of the day. I always eat breakfast. I never skip it. My breakfast is usually very simple and light. I do not like to eat a very big meal in the morning. For breakfast, I often eat toast. Toast is a slice of bread that is cooked until it is warm and brown. I like to put butter and jam on my toast. My favorite jam is strawberry jam. Sometimes, instead of toast, I have a bowl of cereal with cold milk. Cereal is also very easy and quick to prepare in the morning when I am busy. I also like to eat fruit for breakfast. Fruit is very healthy. I often eat a banana or an apple. A banana is yellow and sweet. An apple can be red or green. They are both very good for you. With my breakfast, I always drink something. I usually have a big cup of coffee with milk. The coffee helps me to wake up and feel ready for the day. I also drink a glass of water. It is important to drink a lot of water. So, a typical breakfast for me is toast, a piece of fruit, and a cup of coffee. It is a simple but satisfying way to start my day. The second meal of the day is lunch. I usually have lunch at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Lunch is the meal in the middle of the day. For me, lunch is often a bigger meal than breakfast. During the week, from Monday to Friday, I am at work during lunchtime. I usually bring my own lunch to the office. I prepare it at home in the morning. This helps me to save money and to eat healthy food. A typical lunch for me is chicken and rice. I like chicken because it is a good source of protein. I usually cook the chicken with some simple spices. I eat the chicken with brown rice and a big salad. A salad is a mix of fresh vegetables, like lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers. I think it is important to eat a lot of vegetables to stay healthy. Sometimes, instead of chicken and rice, I have a big sandwich. My favorite sandwich has turkey, cheese, and a lot of lettuce. I use whole wheat bread for my sandwiches. On the weekend, my lunch is often different. On Saturday or Sunday, I sometimes go to a restaurant for lunch with my family or friends. When I go to a restaurant, I like to try different things. It is a nice treat. With my lunch, I usually just drink water. I try to drink a lot of water throughout the day. It is very good for your body. So, that is my lunch. It is usually a healthy and balanced meal to give me energy for the afternoon. The third and final meal of the day is dinner. Dinner is the meal we eat in the evening. I usually have dinner at around 7:30 p.m. For me, dinner is a very important time. It is the time when my whole family sits together at the table. We talk about our day while we eat. I love to cook, so I usually cook dinner for my family. I like to make warm, comforting meals. One of my favorite things to cook for dinner is pasta. Pasta is a very popular food from Italy. There are many different shapes of pasta, like spaghetti or penne. I love to make pasta with a simple tomato sauce and a lot of cheese on top. Everyone in my family loves it. It is a very simple but delicious meal. Another meal I often make for dinner is roasted chicken with vegetables. It is similar to my lunch, but for dinner, I cook a whole chicken in the oven. The chicken becomes very juicy and tasty. I serve it with roasted potatoes and carrots. It is a perfect meal for a cold evening. Sometimes, if I am very tired after a long day, we order food from a restaurant. To order food means you call the restaurant and they bring the food to your house. When we order food, we often get pizza. I think pizza is delicious. My favorite kind of pizza is margherita, which has tomato, mozzarella cheese, and basil. So, dinner is usually a warm, cooked meal. It is a time for my family to come together and share a meal and a conversation. It is a very nice end to the day. Now, I want to talk a little more about my favorite foods in general. As I said, my favorite food is probably pasta. I love it because it is so versatile. Versatile means you can use it in many different ways. You can have pasta with tomato sauce, with a cream sauce, with vegetables, or with meat. There are so many possibilities. It is always comforting and delicious. I also really love fruit. It is hard to choose a favorite fruit, but if I have to choose one, I think I would choose strawberries. I love strawberries in the summer. They are sweet, red, and juicy. I like to eat them fresh, or with a little bit of cream. For a snack is a small amount of food you eat between meals. My favorite snack is an apple with peanut butter. It is a very simple snack, but it is healthy, and it gives me a lot of energy in the afternoon. I also want to talk about drinks. My favorite drink is just plain water. I know it is not very exciting, but I drink it all day. It makes me feel good. But for a special treat, I really love hot chocolate, especially in the winter when it is cold outside. It is fun to think about our favorite foods. Food is not just fuel for our bodies. It is also a source of joy, comfort, and connection with other people. Sharing a meal with people you love is one of the best experiences in life. So, that was our podcast about my favorite foods. We talked about the 3 main meals: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And we learned many common words for food, like pasta, chicken, rice, bread, and fruit. I hope this slow listening practice was helpful for you. Remember, the more you listen to English, the more you will understand. The key is to be consistent and to find topics that you enjoy. Now, before we finish, I want to say something very important. I want to say a special thank you to our channel members. If you are a member of Speak Up English, I want you to know that your support is incredibly important to us. Your contribution helps us to create more lessons like this one. It helps us to dedicate more time and resources to making our content better for you and for learners all over the world. You are a key part of our team, and for that, we are truly grateful. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for listening today. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next episode of Speak Up English. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara. I am very happy you are here to practice English with me today. In this podcast, we are going to talk about a very personal and important place, my home. Learning how to describe your house or your apartment is a very useful skill. You can learn many new words for everyday objects. You can also practice using prepositions of place. Prepositions are small words like in, on, and under. They tell us where things are. As always, I will speak very slowly and very clearly. My goal is to help you understand. Don't worry if you do not understand every single word. Just listen, relax, and try to understand the main ideas. Are you ready to visit my home? Let's begin. I do not live in a big house. I live in a small apartment. An apartment is a home that is inside a bigger building. My apartment building is on a quiet street in the city. My apartment is not very big, but it is very cozy and comfortable. I have 4 main rooms. I have a living room, a kitchen, 1 bedroom, and 1 bathroom. Today, I will give you a tour of my home. Let's start in the living room. The living room is my favorite room in the apartment. It is the first room you see when you enter. The walls in my living room are white. The white color makes the room feel bright and open. There is a very big window in the living room. I love this window because a lot of natural light comes in during the day. Under the window, there is a long, low table. On the table, I have some plants. I love having plants in my home. They are green and beautiful. The biggest piece of furniture in the living room is the sofa. My sofa is dark blue. It is very soft and comfortable. I love to sit on my sofa in the evening to read a book or watch TV. On the sofa, there are 2 yellow cushions. In front of the sofa, there is a small, round coffee table. The table is made of wood. It is not a very big table. I usually put my cup of tea or my book on this table. Sometimes my cat Luna likes to sleep under the table. Next to the sofa, there is a tall lamp. At night, I turn on this lamp. It gives the room a very warm and cozy feeling. Opposite the sofa, against the other wall, is my television. It is a new television. Under the television, there is a small cabinet where I keep my movies and some books. I also have one armchair in the living room. An armchair is a big, comfortable chair for one person. My armchair is red. It is my special reading chair. Next to the armchair, there is a small bookshelf. The bookshelf is full of my favorite books. The floor of the living room has a beautiful, soft rug. The rug is gray and white. It feels very nice on my feet. I really love my living room. It is a very comfortable and peaceful place to relax. Now, let's go into the kitchen. The kitchen is next to the living room. My kitchen is not very big, but it is very modern and clean. I love to cook, so I spend a lot of time in my kitchen. The walls in the kitchen are a light yellow color. I think yellow is a very happy and cheerful color for a kitchen. On the left side of the kitchen, there is a long counter. This is where I prepare my food. On the counter, I have a few important things. I have a microwave, a toaster for my breakfast toast, and a coffee machine. My coffee machine is probably the most important thing in my kitchen. Above the counter, there are some cabinets. The cabinets are white. In the cabinets, I keep all of my plates, bowls, and glasses. On the right side of the kitchen, there is the refrigerator and the oven. The refrigerator is big and silver. I keep all my fresh food inside it, like milk, eggs, vegetables, and fruit. On the door of the refrigerator, I have some magnets from places I have traveled to. The oven is next to the refrigerator. I use the oven to bake cakes or to roast chicken. Above the oven, there is a stove with 4 burners. I use the stove to cook pasta or make soup. In the middle of the kitchen, there is a small, square table. There are 2 chairs at the table. This is where I eat my breakfast every morning. It is a nice, sunny spot. There is also a window in the kitchen. The window is above the sink. When I am washing the dishes, I can look outside at the trees. It makes doing chores a little more enjoyable. The kitchen is a very important room in my home. It is a place where I can be creative and make delicious food. Okay, now let's go to my bedroom. My bedroom is my private space. It is the place where I sleep and rest. It is very important to me that my bedroom is a calm and peaceful place. The walls in my bedroom are a very light blue color. I find this color very relaxing. The most important piece of furniture in the bedroom is, of course, the bed. I have a large, comfortable bed with a soft mattress. My sheets are white, and I have a big, warm duvet for the cold nights. On my bed, there are 4 pillows. I love pillows. On one side of the bed, there is a small table called a nightstand. On the nightstand, I have a lamp for reading, my alarm clock, and usually a glass of water. On the other side of the bed, there is a big closet. This is where I keep all of my clothes. My clothes are inside the closet. My bedroom also has a large window. I have thick, dark blue curtains on the window. At night, I close the curtains, so the room is very dark. This helps me to sleep well. There is also a small desk in the corner of the room. A desk is a special table for working or studying. I have my computer on the desk. I don't like to work in my bedroom very often, but sometimes I use the desk to write emails or pay my bills. The chair for my desk is a simple wooden chair. There is not a lot of furniture in my bedroom. I like to keep it simple and tidy. A tidy room helps me to have a tidy mind. It is my sanctuary. A sanctuary is a safe and peaceful place. The last room in my apartment is the bathroom. The bathroom is small, but it has everything I need. The walls and the floor are covered in white tiles. Tiles are small, flat squares. They are good for a bathroom because they are easy to clean. When you enter the bathroom, the toilet is on the left. Next to the toilet, there is the sink. The sink is where I wash my hands and brush my teeth. Above the sink, there is a large, round mirror. I use the mirror when I am getting ready in the morning. Under the sink, there is a small cabinet. In the cabinet, I keep my towels, my soap, and my shampoo. On the right side of the bathroom, there is the shower. I do not have a bathtub, only a shower. The shower has a glass door. The bathroom is a very functional room. It is not as cozy as my living room or my bedroom, but it is very important. So, that is a tour of my small and simple apartment. I have a living room for relaxing, a kitchen for cooking, a bedroom for sleeping, and a bathroom for bathroom things. Even though it is not a big place, it is my home. It is a place where I feel safe, happy, and comfortable. It is my favorite place in the world. So, that was our podcast about my home. We talked about many common words for rooms and furniture, and we practiced using prepositions of place. I hope this slow listening practice was helpful for you. Remember, the more you listen to English, the more you will understand. The key is to be consistent. Thank you so much for listening today. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next episode of Speak Up English. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara. I am very happy you are here to practice English with me today. In this podcast, we are going to talk about a very fun and personal topic, my hobbies. What is a hobby? A hobby is an activity that you do in your free time. Your free time is the time when you are not working and not studying. Hobbies are things we do for fun and relaxation. Learning how to talk about your hobbies is very important. It is a common topic in conversations when you meet new people. As always, I will speak very slowly and very clearly. My goal is to help you understand. Don't worry if you do not understand every single word. Just listen, relax, and try to understand the main ideas. Are you ready to talk about hobbies? Let's begin. I have a few different hobbies that I really enjoy. Some of my hobbies are very quiet and relaxing, and some are a little more active. I think it is good to have a balance. Let's start with my favorite indoor hobby. An indoor hobby is something you do inside your house. My number one hobby is reading. I love reading books. For me, reading is a wonderful adventure. When I open a book, I can travel to a different country or a different world, all from my comfortable sofa. I have a small bookshelf in my living room, and it is full of books. I like many different kinds of stories. I like mystery books because they are very exciting. I always want to know what happens next. I also enjoy reading historical novels. I think it is interesting to learn about the past. I try to read every day. Usually, I read for about 30 minutes before I go to sleep. It is a very peaceful way to end my day. It helps my mind to relax. Reading is a quiet hobby, but it is my favorite. Another indoor hobby I have is listening to music. I think music is very powerful. It can make you feel happy when you are sad, or it can help you feel calm when you are stressed. I like many different kinds of music. In the morning, when I am getting ready for my day, I enjoy listening to pop music. Pop music is often very energetic and happy, and it helps me to wake up. In the evening, when I am cooking dinner or just relaxing, I prefer to listen to calm music, like classical music or jazz. This kind of music is very peaceful. I listen to music on my phone with my headphones. I have many playlists for different moods. A playlist is a collection of songs. I have a happy playlist, a calm playlist, and even a playlist for rainy days. Music is a very important part of my life. My third indoor hobby is watching movies. I don't watch movies every day, but I love to watch a good movie on the weekend, especially on a Saturday night. I like to make my living room feel like a real cinema. I make some popcorn, I get a comfortable blanket, and I turn off all the lights. My favorite kinds of movies are comedies and romantic movies. I love comedies because laughing is a wonderful feeling. It is good for you. I also like romantic movies because the stories are often very sweet and hopeful. Sometimes I watch movies with my friends, and sometimes I watch them alone. Both are nice. Watching a movie is a great way to escape from reality for 2 hours and enter a different story. So, those are my main indoor hobbies: reading, listening to music, and watching movies. They are all very relaxing activities for me. Now, let's talk about my outdoor hobbies. An outdoor hobby is something you do outside, not in your house. I think it is very important to spend time outside and get some fresh air. One of my favorite outdoor hobbies is walking. It is a very simple activity, but it makes me feel very good. I live near a beautiful big park. On the weekend, if the weather is nice, I like to go for a long walk in the park. I put on my comfortable shoes, and I just walk. I don't listen to music. I just look at the things around me. I look at the tall trees, the colorful flowers, and the blue sky. I listen to the birds singing. Walking helps me to think clearly. If I have a problem, a long walk often helps me to find a solution. It is also good exercise. It keeps my body healthy. I enjoy walking alone, but it is also nice to go for a walk with a friend or a family member. Now, I want to talk about sports. Many people love playing sports as a hobby. I have to be honest, I am not a very sporty person. I don't like playing sports very much. I am not very good at it. For example, I don't like playing tennis because I can never hit the ball. But there is one sport that I enjoy watching. I like watching football. In America, some people call it soccer. On Sundays, my father and my brother often watch a football match on television. Sometimes I watch with them. It is very exciting. The players run very fast, and the fans in the stadium are very passionate. I like the energy of the game. So, it is interesting. I don't like playing football, but I like watching it. This is common. Some people love to do an activity, and other people prefer to watch it. So, my main outdoor hobbies are walking, and sometimes watching a football match with my family. They are very different from my indoor hobbies, but they are just as important to me. It is also interesting to know about the hobbies of other people. For example, the people in my family have different hobbies. As I said, my father and my brother love sports. That is their main hobby. My mother has a different hobby. She loves gardening. We have a small garden behind our house. My mother spends a lot of time there. She grows beautiful flowers, like roses and tulips. She also grows vegetables, like tomatoes and carrots. She says that working with the earth helps her to feel calm and connected to nature. Her garden is a very beautiful and peaceful place. My best friend Sarah has a very creative hobby. She enjoys painting. She has a special room in her house where she paints beautiful pictures of landscapes and people. I think her paintings are amazing. It is fun to talk to people about their hobbies. It helps you to understand what is important to them and what makes them happy. So, let's do a quick review of the important phrases we use today. To talk about preferences. To say you like something, you can say, I like reading. I enjoy walking. I love listening to music. Love is very strong. To say you do not like something, you can say, I don't like playing tennis. These simple phrases are the key to talking about your hobbies. You can use them to talk about anything you like or don't like. So, that was our podcast about my hobbies. We talked about many common activities and some very useful phrases to express your preferences. I hope this slow listening practice was helpful for you. Remember, the more you listen to English, the more you will understand. The key is to be consistent and to find topics that you enjoy. Now, before we finish, I want to say something very important. I want to say a special thank you to our channel members. If you are a member of Speak Up English, I want you to know that your support is incredibly important to us. Your contribution helps us to create more lessons like this one. It helps us to dedicate more time and resources to making our content better for you and for learners all over the world. You are a key part of our team, and for that, we are truly grateful. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for listening today. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next episode of Speak Up English. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara. I am very happy you are here to practice English with me today. In this podcast, we are going to talk about a topic that people in English-speaking countries love to discuss: the weather in the seasons. Talking about the weather is a very common way to start a conversation with someone. This is often called small talk. It is a friendly and polite way to speak with people you don't know very well. As always, I will speak very slowly and very clearly. My goal is to help you understand. Don't worry if you do not understand every single word. Just listen, relax, and try to understand the main ideas. Are you ready to talk about the weather? Let's begin. Let's start by talking about the weather. The weather is the condition of the air outside. Is it sunny? Is it raining? Is it cold? That is the weather. A very common question in English is, what is the weather like today? Let's learn some simple words to answer this question. When the sun is in the sky and there are no clouds, we say it is sunny. I love sunny days. On a sunny day, you can feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Everything looks bright and happy. Sometimes the sky is full of clouds. You cannot see the sun. On a day like this, we say it is cloudy. A cloudy day is not always a bad day. Sometimes it is nice and cool, but a very dark and cloudy sky often means that rain is coming. When water falls from the clouds, we say it is rainy. On a rainy day, the streets are wet. You need to use an umbrella to stay dry. I don't mind rainy days when I am at home. I like to listen to the sound of the rain on my window. It is very peaceful. Another type of weather is windy. A windy day is when the air is moving very fast. You can feel the wind on your face and see the trees moving. On a very windy day, It can be difficult to walk. You have to hold onto your hat. In some countries, in the winter, the weather can be snowy. A snowy day is when soft, white snow falls from the sky. Everything becomes white and very beautiful. Children love to play in the snow. Now, let's talk about temperature. Temperature tells us if it is hot or cold. When the temperature is very high, we say it is hot. A hot day is typical in the summer. On a hot day, I like to drink cold water and eat ice cream. The opposite of hot is cold. When the temperature is very low, we say it is cold. A cold day is typical in the winter. On a cold day, you need to wear a warm coat, a scarf, and gloves to stay warm. There are also words for the temperatures in the middle. When the temperature is not very hot, but it is pleasant and nice, we say it is warm. And when the temperature is not very cold, but a little chilly, we say it is cool. So, we have many words to describe the weather: sunny, cloudy, rainy, windy, snowy, hot, cold, warm, and cool. Now, let's talk about the seasons. In many parts of the world, there are 4 seasons in a year. The 4 seasons are spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each season is about 3 months long, and each season has its own typical weather. Let's start with spring. Spring is the season of new beginnings. It comes after the cold winter. In the Northern Hemisphere, spring is in March, April, and May. In spring, the weather starts to get warmer. The days become longer, and the nights become shorter. It is often sunny, but it can also be a little rainy. Spring rain is important because it helps the flowers and plants to grow. This is my favorite thing about spring. The flowers, the trees, which were bare in the winter, start to grow new green leaves. The parks and gardens are full of colorful flowers, like tulips and daffodils. It is a very beautiful time of the year. Many baby animals are also born in the spring. It is a season of life and new energy. After spring, we have summer. Summer is usually the hottest season of the year. In the Northern Hemisphere, summer is in June, July, and August. The weather in summer is often very hot and sunny. The days are very long, and the sun is very strong. It is important to wear sunscreen to protect your skin. Many people love summer because it is the season for vacations. Schools are often closed, and families go on holiday. Many people go to the beach to swim in the cool ocean. People have picnics in the park and barbecues in their gardens. In the summer, people wear light clothes like t-shirts, shorts, and dresses. And of course, it is the best season for eating ice cream. Summer is a season of fun, sun, and relaxation. After the long hot days of summer, the next season arrives. This season is called autumn. In American English, people very often call this season fall. So, autumn and fall are the same thing. In the Northern Hemisphere, autumn is in September, October, and November. In autumn, the weather starts to get cooler. It is not as hot as summer. The days start to get shorter again. The weather can be very pleasant in autumn. It is often sunny and cool, which is perfect for walking outside. But it can also be windy and rainy sometimes. The most special thing about autumn is the color of the leaves on the trees. The green leaves from summer change to beautiful colors of red, yellow, orange, and brown. This is why the season is also called fall, because the leaves fall from the trees. Walking in a park in autumn is like walking on a colorful carpet. It is very beautiful. In autumn, people start to wear warmer clothes, like sweaters and light jackets. It is a cozy season. And finally, after autumn, we have winter. Winter is the coldest season of the year. In the Northern Hemisphere, winter is in December, January, and February. The weather in winter is usually very cold. The days are short and the nights are long. In many places, the temperature is very low, and sometimes it is snowy. When it snows, the world becomes white and quiet. It is very beautiful. Children like to build snowmen and go sledding. In winter, people have to wear very warm clothes. They wear heavy coats, hats, scarves, and gloves. People spend more time inside their homes in the winter. It is a good time to do cozy, indoor activities. People drink hot chocolate, sit by the fire, and spend time with their families. Many important holidays, like Christmas and New Year's Eve, happen in the winter. Winter can be a long and dark season, but it is also a time for rest, warmth, and family. So, those are the 4 seasons: the new life of spring, the hot sun of summer, the beautiful colors of autumn, and the cold snow of winter. Everyone has a favorite season. For me, it is difficult to choose just one. I love the beautiful flowers of spring, and I love the long, warm days of summer. But if I have to choose one, I think my favorite season is autumn. I love autumn because the temperature is perfect. It is not too hot and not too cold. It is cool and fresh. I love wearing a cozy sweater and going for a long walk in the park. The colors of the leaves are my favorite thing to see. The world looks like a beautiful painting. I also love the feeling of autumn. It feels calm and peaceful. It is a good time to stay at home in the evening, read a good book, and drink a warm cup of tea. So for me, autumn is the best season. It is a beautiful and cozy time of year. So, that was our podcast about the weather and the seasons. We talked about many common words that you can use to describe the weather and the 4 seasons of the year. I hope this slow listening practice was helpful for you. Remember, talking about the weather is a great way to start a simple conversation in English. Now, before we finish, I want to say something very important. I want to say a special thank you to our channel members. If you are a member of Speak Up English, I want you to know that your support is incredibly important to us. Your contribution helps us to create more lessons like this one. It helps us to dedicate more time and resources to making our content better for you and for learners all over the world. You are a key part of our team, and for that, we are truly grateful. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for listening today. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next episode of Speak Up English. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome to Speak Up English. My name is Clara. I am very happy you are here to practice English with me today. In this podcast, we are going to talk about a very important topic: my family. Family is a topic we talk about a lot with friends and new people we meet. Learning how to describe your family is a great way to practice your English. I will speak very slowly and very clearly. My goal is to help you understand. Don't worry if you do not understand every word. Just listen, relax, and try to understand the main ideas. This is a great way to practice your listening skills. Are you ready? Let's begin. I have a happy family. There are 5 people in my immediate family. My immediate family is my parents and my siblings. I have a mother, a father, a brother, and a sister. And me, of course. So, 5 people in total. We all live together in a nice house in a quiet town. It is not a big house, but it is very cozy and full of love. I like living with my family. It is nice to have people to talk to in the evening. Let me tell you about my parents. Parents is the word we use for our mother and father together. My mother's name is Sophia. She is very kind and patient. She has long, brown hair and warm, friendly eyes. My mother is a teacher at a small school in our town. She teaches young children. She loves her job very much. She says that helping children learn is the best job in the world. My mother is a wonderful cook. Every evening, she makes a delicious dinner for our family. My favorite meal that she cooks is lasagna. It is so good. In her free time, my mother loves to read books. Our house is full of books because of her. She is a very smart and loving person. My father's name is David. He is tall and has short, dark hair. He wears glasses when he reads. My father is a very funny person. He loves to tell jokes at the dinner table. He always makes us laugh. My father works in an office. He is an accountant. His job has a lot of numbers, and sometimes it is very serious. But he is not a serious person at home. He is very playful. In his free time, my father loves to work in the garden. Our house has a small garden in the back. He grows flowers and vegetables there. In the summer, we eat fresh tomatoes and cucumbers from our own garden. It is wonderful. My father is a very hardworking and funny man. So, those are my parents, Sophia and David. I love them both very much. Now, let me tell you about my siblings. Siblings is the word for your brothers and sisters together. I have 2 siblings. I have 1 brother and 1 sister. My brother's name is Tom. He is my older brother. Older means he was born before me. Tom is 24 years old, and I am 21, so he is 3 years older than me. Tom is very different from me. He is very adventurous. He loves sports and being outside. He plays football with his friends every weekend. He is also very good at fixing things. If something is broken in our house, like a chair or a bicycle, my brother can usually fix it. He is very practical. Tom is studying to be an engineer at a university in a nearby city. He doesn't live with us during the week because his university is far away, but he comes home every weekend to visit us. I am always happy when he comes home. We like to watch movies together on Saturday nights. He is a great older brother. He is protective and always gives me good advice. Now, for my sister. My sister's name is Lily. She is my younger sister. Younger means she was born after me. Lily is 16 years old. She is still in high school. Lily is very creative and artistic. She loves to draw and paint. Her bedroom walls are covered with her beautiful drawings. She is also very interested in fashion and loves to design her own clothes. Lily is the funniest person in our family, after my father. She is very talkative and has a great sense of humor. She makes everyone laugh. She is also very social. She has many friends and loves to hang out with them after school. Because she is the youngest, we sometimes call her the baby of the family. But she is very mature for her age. She is smart and works hard at school. So, that is my brother, Tom, and my sister, Lily. We are all very different, but we get along very well. To get along means to have a good, friendly relationship with someone. So, my family is made up of my parents, my mother and father, and my 2 siblings, my brother and sister. We do many things together. Every evening, we try to have dinner together at the kitchen table. This is a very important time for us. We turn off the television and we put away our phones. We just talk. We talk about our day. I talk about my work. My father tells a joke. My mother asks about our lives. My sister tells a funny story about her school. This daily dinner is a very special tradition in our family. It keeps us connected. On weekends, we often do something fun together. Sometimes we go for a walk in the park. Sometimes we go to the cinema to watch a new movie. And sometimes we just stay home and play a board game. Of course, like all families, we sometimes have disagreements. A disagreement is when people have different opinions and maybe argue a little. My sister and I sometimes argue about small things, like clothes or the TV remote control. But we never stay angry for long. In our family, it is very important to say, "I'm sorry," and to forgive each other. I feel very lucky to have my family. They are supportive. Supportive means they always help and encourage me. When I have a problem, I can always talk to my parents or my siblings. They listen to me and they help me. They are the most important people in my life. My house is not just a building, it is a home because my family is there. And that is the story of my simple, happy family. So, that was our podcast about my family. We talked about many common words that you can use to describe your own family. I hope this slow listening practice was helpful for you. Remember, the more you listen to English, the more you will understand. Consistency is the key. Thank you so much for listening today. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next episode of Speak Up English. Goodbye. Hello, and welcome to Speak Up English. My name is Clara.
And my name is Benjamin. We are very happy you are here to practice your English with us today.
In this podcast, we are going to talk about a very common and useful topic, our daily routines. A routine is the list of things you do almost every day. It is your daily schedule.
That's right. Talking about your daily routine is a great way to practice the present simple tense and learn vocabulary for everyday life. My routine is very different from Clara's routine, so you will hear two different examples today. This will help you see that there are many different ways to live and work.
Yes, and we will speak very slowly and very clearly. Our goal is to help you understand. If we use an interesting word or phrase, we will stop and explain it to you, so you can learn it too.
So, don't worry if you do not understand every word. Just listen, relax, and enjoy the conversation. We want this to be a comfortable and helpful experience for you. Are you ready, Clara? Should we start with our mornings?
Yes, let's begin with the morning. It's the start of the day, so it's the perfect place to start our conversation. Okay, Benjamin, why don't you start? Tell us about your morning routine. Are you a morning person?
That's a great question, Clara. A morning person is someone who has a lot of energy in the morning and likes to wake up early. To be honest, I am not a morning person at all. I am a night owl. A night owl is someone who likes to stay up late at night and has more energy in the evening. My brain works best after the sun goes down.
I am the complete opposite. I am definitely a morning person. My brain is sharpest in the morning, but we can talk about that later. So, if you are not a morning person, what time do you wake up?
Well, my alarm clock rings at 7:30 a.m. An alarm clock is the small clock that makes a noise to wake you up. But I don't get up immediately. I always hit the snooze button. The snooze button is a special button on your alarm clock. When you press it, it stops the alarm for a few minutes, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, so you can sleep a little more. I think I hit the snooze button 2 or 3 times every morning.
I do that sometimes too, especially in the winter when it's cold and dark outside. It is very difficult to leave a warm bed.
Exactly. So, I finally get up at around 7:45 a.m. Remember, to wake up is when your eyes open and your brain starts to work, but to get up is when you physically leave the bed. After I get up, I go to the bathroom. I wash my face with cold water to help me feel more awake, and then I brush my teeth.
A very standard start to the day for most people, I think.
Yes, very standard. After that, I go downstairs to the kitchen. The first thing I do is drink a big glass of water. I read that it is very healthy to drink water in the morning. Then I make my breakfast. My breakfast is usually the same every day because it's easy. I have a bowl of yogurt with fruit and granola. I love to use fresh fruit, like bananas, strawberries, or blueberries. It's very delicious and gives me energy.
That sounds very healthy and tasty.
I try. And with my breakfast, I always have a big cup of black coffee. I need my coffee to feel awake and ready for the day. I cannot start my day without it. While I eat my breakfast, I usually listen to the news on the radio. It helps me to know what is happening in the world before I leave my house.
That's interesting. My morning is very, very different. I am an early bird. An early bird is another name for a morning person. I wake up at 6:30 a.m. every morning, usually without an alarm clock.
Wow, without an alarm clock. That is very impressive. My body would never do that.
Yes, my body is just used to it. The first thing I do when I get up is some light exercise. I don't go to the gym in the morning. I just do about 15 minutes of stretching in my living room. It helps my body to wake up, and I feel more energetic afterwards. After that, I take a shower and get ready for the day. To get ready means to prepare yourself. You get dressed, you do your hair, and so on.
So you exercise before you have breakfast? That's very disciplined.
Yes, I do. I feel it's a great way to start the day. After I get ready, I go to the kitchen. My breakfast is very important to me. It's my favorite meal of the day. I usually have something warm, like scrambled eggs and toast. And I always have a big cup of tea. I am not a big coffee drinker. I prefer tea, especially green tea.
That's a big difference between us. I cannot live without my coffee in the morning. I need the strong flavor.
And here is another difference. While I eat my breakfast, I don't listen to the radio or watch TV. I like to have a very quiet and peaceful morning. I just sit and enjoy my food. I look out the window. It helps me to feel calm and focused before my workday begins.
That sounds very peaceful. My morning is a bit more noisy with the radio and music. After my breakfast, I have to get ready for work. I am a music teacher, so I don't have to wear very formal clothes. I usually wear comfortable pants and a nice shirt. Then, at around 8:45 a.m., I head out. To head out is a phrasal verb that means to leave your house to go somewhere.
That's a great phrase for our listeners to learn. I work from home, so I don't need to head out. My commute is just walking from my kitchen to my office room. A commute is the journey you make from your home to your work. My commute is about 10 seconds long.
So, Clara, you work from home. That means your office is in your house. What is that like? What is your typical workday routine?
I really enjoy working from home. It is very quiet, and I can focus easily. I am a graphic designer, so I work on my computer all day. I use colors and shapes to create things like logos and websites. I usually start my work at 9 a.m. sharp. The first thing I do is check my emails and make a to-do list for the day. A to-do list is a list of all the tasks you need to complete. It helps me to stay organized.
A to-do list is a great idea. I should do that more often. My day is not as organized.
It helps a lot. My mornings are usually for my most creative work, like designing a new logo or working on a new website design. I find I have the most energy and the best ideas in the morning.
That makes sense, since you are a morning person. Your brain is ready for creative work.
Exactly. At around 11 a.m., I usually take a short break. To take a break means to stop working for a short time to rest. I stand up, walk around my apartment, drink a glass of water, and rest my eyes from the computer screen. It is very important not to sit for too long.
I agree completely. Taking breaks is very important. My workday is very different from yours. I teach music to children at a small music school. My first class starts at 9:30 a.m. My students are young children between 6 and 10 years old. I teach them how to play the piano and the guitar.
That sounds like a very fun and rewarding job.
It is a lot of fun, but it also requires a lot of energy. The children are very enthusiastic and can be very loud. My mornings are full of music and noise. I have 3 classes in the morning. Each class is 1 hour long. My colleagues at the school are also music teachers. Colleagues are the people you work with. They are all very friendly and passionate about music.
So, what do you do for lunch? Do you go out to eat?
I have lunch at 1 p.m. The school has a small kitchen and a lunchroom. I usually eat with my colleagues. I almost always bring my lunch from home. It's cheaper and healthier. It's usually a sandwich or leftovers from last night's dinner. Leftovers are the food that was not eaten from a previous meal. For example, if I cooked a lot of chicken and rice for dinner, I bring the extra food for lunch the next day.
I have lunch at the same time. At 1 p.m., I always stop working and go to my kitchen to eat. I never eat at my desk. I think it's important to have a proper break from the computer. I usually make a big salad or a fresh sandwich.
And what about your afternoon? Is it different from your morning?
My afternoon is usually for different kinds of tasks. I often have online meetings with my clients. A client is a person or a company that pays you for your work. We talk about the projects I am working on. After my meetings, I do more administrative work, like sending emails and planning my schedule for the next day. It's less creative work.
My afternoon is for more music classes. I have 2 more classes in the afternoon. The children sometimes feel a little tired after lunch, so I try to play fun music games with them. I usually finish work at 5 p.m. To finish work means your workday is over for the day.
I also finish work around 5:30 p.m. I turn off my computer and I close the door to my office room. This is very important for me. It helps me to separate my work life from my home life, even when they are in the same building. It signals to my brain that the workday is over. So, Benjamin, You finish work at 5 p.m. What do you do after that? What is your evening routine like?
My evenings are my favorite part of the day. Remember, I am a night owl. After I finish work, I don't go straight home. 3 times a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I go to the gym. The gym is a place where you can exercise. I usually work out for about an hour. To work out is a phrasal verb that means to do physical exercise. I like to lift weights to build my muscles and run on the treadmill for my heart.
That's very healthy. I also like to work out, but I prefer to do it in the afternoon to break up my day. I usually do some exercises at home.
After the gym, I finally get back home at around 6:30 p.m. To get back home means to return to your house. The first thing I do is take a shower. Then I start to cook my dinner. I enjoy cooking, but after a long day, I usually make something quick and easy, like chicken and rice or a big omelet with vegetables.
And what do you do after dinner? Is that when you relax?
After dinner, I often practice my own music. I play the guitar and the piano. This is my biggest hobby. Sometimes I try to write my own songs. It's a very creative and relaxing time for me. Other evenings, I like to hang out with my friends. To hang out with friends is a very common and informal phrase that means to spend time with your friends in a relaxed way. We might go to a cafe for a coffee, or see a movie at the cinema, or just go for a walk and talk.
So your evenings are quite social and active. You like to go out.
Yes, they often are. I get my energy in the evening. I usually go to bed quite late, at around midnight. What about you, Clara? What is your evening routine?
My evenings are much, much quieter. They are my time to wind down. To wind down is a beautiful phrasal verb. It means to relax and become calm after a busy or stressful day. It's the opposite of being active and energetic.
That's a great phrase for our listeners. So, how do you wind down?
Well, after I finish work at 5:30 p.m., I usually spend some time cleaning and tidying my apartment. I like to have a clean and organized space. It helps my mind to feel calm. After that, I start cooking my dinner. I love cooking. It is a very creative and relaxing activity for me. I often try new recipes from a cookbook. I might whip up a nice soup or a curry. To whip up something is an informal way to say you make a meal quickly and easily.
Whip up is a good one. It's fun to say. I'm going to try to use that phrase.
After dinner, I wash the dishes, and then my relaxing time truly begins. I almost never go out on weeknights. I am a homebody. A homebody is a person who enjoys spending their free time at home. I feel most comfortable and happy in my own space. I light a candle, make a cup of herbal tea, and I sit on my sofa with a warm blanket.
That sounds very cozy and peaceful.
It is. Some nights I watch TV. I like to watch documentaries about nature or history. But most nights, I prefer to read a book. Reading is my favorite way to wind down. It helps my mind to escape and forget about work. I usually read for about an hour.
So, you are very consistent with your reading. It's a strong habit for you.
Yes, it's an important part of my routine. At around 9:30 p.m., I start to get ready for bed. I turn off the TV and my phone. I brush my teeth, wash my face, and change into my pajamas. I go to bed at 10 p.m. I am usually very sleepy by then because I wake up so early.
Our evening routines are almost the complete opposite. Mine is full of energy and people, and yours is quiet and calm.
That's true. It's interesting how different people can be. There is no right or wrong routine. The most important thing is to have a routine that makes you feel happy and balanced.
Okay, so we have talked a lot about our different routines. We have also explained a lot of new words and phrases. I think it would be helpful to give our listeners a full example of a daily routine from start to finish, using some of the vocabulary we learned.
That's a great idea, Benjamin. Why don't you describe a typical weekday for you from morning to night?
Okay, I will try. So, my name is Benjamin. I am a night owl, so I don't like mornings very much. I wake up at 7:30 a.m., but I usually hit the snooze button a few times before I get up. For breakfast, I have yogurt and a big cup of coffee. After I get ready, I head out to my job at the music school. I teach piano and guitar to children. It is a fun job. I have lunch with my colleagues at 1 p.m. I finish work at 5 p.m. After work, I often go to the gym to work out. In the evening, I cook dinner, and then I either practice my guitar or I hang out with my friends. I usually go to bed around midnight.
That was a perfect summary, Benjamin. It gives a very clear picture of your day. Now, let me try to describe my routine. My name is Clara. I am an early bird, or a morning person. I wake up early, at 6:30 a.m. First thing in the morning, I do some stretching. Then, I have breakfast, which is usually toast and tea. I work from home, so I don't have to commute. I am a graphic designer. I start work at 9 a.m. I always take a break for lunch at 1 p.m. I finish work at 5:30 p.m. In the evening, my goal is to wind down. I love to cook a nice dinner. After dinner, I usually read a book or watch a documentary on TV. I am a homebody, so I enjoy quiet evenings at home. I go to bed early, at around 10 p.m.
Excellent, Clara. Your description was also very clear. I think these two examples show how you can use this vocabulary to talk about your own life.
Exactly. And you can see how we use transition words to connect our ideas, like after that, then, and in the evening. These small words are very important for making your story flow and sound natural.
So, we have shared our routines with you. Now, it is your turn to practice. Thinking about your own daily routine is a fantastic way to practice the present simple tense and all the vocabulary we learned today.
That's right. The best way to remember new words and phrases is to use them to talk about your own life. It makes the language more personal and easier to remember.
So, we have a small challenge for you, our wonderful listeners. We would love for you to describe your daily routine. You don't have to describe your whole day. You can just describe your morning or your evening.
You can write it down in a notebook, or, for extra practice, you can say it out loud to yourself. But if you feel brave, we would love for you to write your routine in the comments section of this video.
Yes, please do. For example, you can write something simple like, I wake up at 8 a.m. I have breakfast and then I go to work. In the evening, I watch TV.
Or you can add more details if you feel comfortable. We love reading your comments. It is wonderful to learn about the lives of our listeners from all over the world. It is a great way for us to connect with you, and it is fantastic writing practice for you.
So, think about it. What is your daily routine like? Are you an early bird like Clara or a night owl like me?
Thank you so much for listening and for practicing your English with us today. We hope this slow, long conversation was helpful for you.
Keep up the great work. Every time you listen and every time you practice, you are getting one step closer to your goal. We will be back soon with another slow English podcast for you.
Until then, take care and happy learning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara.
And my name is Benjamin. We are very happy you are here to practice your English with us today.
In our last podcast, we talked about our daily routines, what we do every day during the week. But today, we are going to talk about something a little more exciting. We are going to talk about the weekend.
That's right. The weekend is a wonderful topic. The weekend is Saturday and Sunday. For most people, these are the 2 days of the week when they do not have to work or go to school. It is a time for fun, relaxation, and hobbies.
Exactly. And today, we are going to talk about our plans for the weekend. A plan is an idea or a decision about something you are going to do in the future. We will talk about what we like to do on Saturdays and Sundays.
My idea of a perfect weekend is very different from Clara's idea. So you will hear about 2 very different types of weekends. This will be interesting.
Yes, and as always, we will speak very slowly and very clearly. Our goal is to help you understand. If we use an interesting word or phrase, we will stop and explain it to you so you can learn it too.
So, don't worry if you do not understand every word. Just listen, relax, and enjoy the conversation. We want this to be a comfortable and helpful experience for you. Are you ready to talk about the weekend, Clara?
I am always ready to talk about the weekend. Let's begin.
So, Clara, let's start with a simple question. What does the weekend mean to you? How do you feel on a Friday afternoon?
That's a great question. For me, Friday afternoon is one of the best times of the week. When I finish my work on Friday, I feel a sense of freedom. I know I have 2 full days just for me. I don't have to think about work. I can just relax.
I know that feeling. To relax is a very important verb. It means to rest and do things that are calm and enjoyable. When you relax, you are not working or feeling stressed.
Exactly. The weekend is my time to relax and recharge my energy for the next week. I am a very organized person, as you know, so my daily routine during the week is very structured. But on the weekend, I like to be more spontaneous. Spontaneous means you do things without a strict plan.
That's interesting. I am less organized during the week, but I often have more plans for my weekend. For me, the weekend is a time to be social and active. It is a time to go out. To go out is a common phrasal verb. It means to leave your house to do something fun, especially in the evening.
Yes, and we will see that you like to go out much more than I do. So, we both agree that the weekend is a special time. It is a break from our normal routine. Now, let's talk about our ideal plans. What does a perfect Saturday look like for you?
Okay, Clara, you can go first this time. Tell us about your perfect, ideal weekend. What are you going to do this Saturday in your perfect world?
Ah, my perfect Saturday. It would be very calm and peaceful. I would wake up without an alarm clock, maybe at 8 a.m. I would make a nice cup of tea and have a slow breakfast. No rushing.
That sounds very relaxing already. And I notice you used going to. This is a very important structure for our listeners to learn today. We use be going to talk about our plans.
That's a perfect point, Benjamin. Yes, going to is for the future. So, after my slow breakfast, on my perfect Saturday, I am going to visit a museum.
A museum. That's a great word for our listeners. Can you explain what a museum is?
Of course, a museum is a building where you can see important objects related to art, history, or science. For example, you can see old paintings, historical artifacts, or even dinosaur bones in a museum. It is a very quiet and interesting place.
So, what kind of museum are you going to visit?
I think I am going to visit the art museum in the city. I love art. I would like to see the new exhibition. An exhibition is a special collection of art or objects that people can see for a limited time. They have a new exhibition of modern paintings. I would walk through the museum slowly and just look at the beautiful art. It makes me feel very inspired.
That sounds like a very calm and thoughtful activity. What about after the museum? What are you going to do then?
After the museum, I am going to go to my favorite cafe. It's a small, cozy place near the museum. I would buy a cappuccino and a piece of cake. Then, I would sit by the window and read my book for an hour or two. It's one of my favorite ways to relax.
So, your perfect Saturday afternoon is just you, a good book, and a cup of coffee.
Exactly. It's very simple, but it makes me very happy. And for the evening, on my perfect Saturday evening, I am going to have a quiet dinner with a close friend. A close friend is a very good friend, someone you know very well and can talk to about anything.
Not a big party then.
No, definitely not a big party. We would go to a small, quiet restaurant. Or maybe I would cook dinner at my apartment. We would eat good food and have a long, interesting conversation. Then I would come home and be in bed by 10:30 p.m.
That sounds like a very peaceful and lovely day. What about Sunday? Are your plans for Sunday different?
My perfect Sunday is even quieter. On Sunday, I am going to stay home most of the day. In the morning, I would do some cleaning and organize my apartment. I like having a clean and tidy space. In the afternoon, I am going to do some gardening on my small balcony. I have some beautiful plants and flowers. And in the evening, I am going to watch a documentary and prepare for the week ahead.
So, your ideal weekend is all about calm, quiet, and relaxing activities.
Yes, for me, the weekend is a time to recharge my batteries. To recharge your batteries is an idiom. It means to rest and relax so you can get your energy back. So, that is my perfect, quiet weekend. Now, Benjamin, I am very interested to hear about yours. I have a feeling it is very different.
You are correct, Clara. My perfect weekend is very, very different. It is not very quiet. For me, The weekend is about energy, music, and friends.
Okay. So tell us, what is your perfect Saturday going to be like?
My perfect Saturday starts with being outside. I am going to go to the park with a group of my friends. We are going to play sports. We love to play football.
Ah, football. I remember you like watching football.
I like watching it, but I love playing it. We usually find a big, open space in the park. A park is a large area of green land in a city where people can walk, play, and relax. We make 2 teams. A team is a group of people who play a sport together against another group. We play for about 1 hour. It is great exercise and so much fun. We laugh a lot.
That sounds very energetic. What do you do after you play football?
After football, we are all hungry and thirsty. So, we're going to go to a casual restaurant for a big lunch. Maybe a place that sells burgers or pizza. We will eat and talk and just hang out.
To hang out. That's a very common phrasal verb. Can you explain it?
Yes. To hang out with friends means to spend time together in a relaxed and informal way. You don't have a very specific plan. You just enjoy each other's company. So, after our lunch, we will probably just hang out at the restaurant for a while.
So that's your Saturday afternoon. What about the evening? I can guess it is not going to be quiet.
You guessed correctly. On my perfect Saturday night, I'm going to go to the cinema with my friends. The cinema, or movie theater, is a place where you go to watch movies on a big screen.
Oh, that's a nice activity. What kind of movie are you going to see?
We are going to see a new action movie. I love action movies because they are so exciting and full of adventure. We will probably buy a big box of popcorn to share. Popcorn is a very popular snack to eat at the cinema.
That sounds like a fun evening. It is more active than my quiet dinner, but still relaxing in its own way.
It is. The movie will probably finish late, maybe around 10 p.m. After that, we will probably be tired, so we are going to go home.
That is a very full and active Saturday. What about your Sunday? Do you relax on Sunday?
A little bit. On Sunday morning, I am going to sleep in. To sleep in means to sleep later than usual. I will probably wake up at 10 a.m. Then, I'm going to meet one of my friends for brunch. Brunch is a meal that is a mix of breakfast and lunch.
Brunch is a great word to know. It's very popular on weekends.
Yes, it is. In the afternoon, on my perfect Sunday, I'm going to explore a new part of the city. To explore means to walk around a new place to see what is there. I like to just walk down streets I have never seen before and discover new shops or cafes.
That sounds like a nice adventure.
It is. And for Sunday evening, I'm going to have a barbecue at my house. A barbecue is a meal cooked outside on a grill. I will invite some friends over. We will cook some burgers and listen to music in my garden. It's a nice, relaxing way to end an active weekend.
So, even your relaxing activity involves being social and having friends over.
Of course. For me, a perfect weekend is a weekend full of people and activities.
So, we have talked about our very different weekend plans, and our listeners probably noticed that we used the phrase going to a lot to talk about our future plans.
Yes, that's a very important point, Clara. When we have a plan or an intention for the future, we often use be going to. An intention is something you want and plan to do.
For example, I said, I am going to visit a museum. This is my plan. It is my intention for Saturday.
And I said, I am going to go to the cinema. This is my plan with my friends. It is something we decided to do.
It's a very useful and very common structure. When you want to tell someone about your plan for tomorrow, or for next week, or for the weekend, you can use be going to.
Let's do a quick practice. Imagine you have a plan to watch a movie tonight. How would you say that?
You would say, I am going to watch a movie tonight.
Perfect. Now, imagine your friend, a man named John, has a plan to travel to London next year. How would you say that?
You would say, he is going to travel to London next year.
Exactly. It's a very simple pattern once you practice it a few times. So, for all our listeners, when you want to talk about your own weekend plans, this is a great and natural way to do it.
So, we have shared our very different weekend plans with you. My weekend is about relaxing, reading, and quiet time.
And my weekend is about being active, seeing friends, and watching exciting movies.
We have also explained some useful vocabulary, like museum, cinema, and hangout. And we have talked about how to use going to describe our future plans.
Now, it is your turn to practice. Thinking about your own weekend plans is a fantastic way to practice all the language we learned today.
That's right. The best way to remember new words and grammar is to use them to talk about your own life. It makes the language more personal and much easier to remember.
So, we have a small challenge for you, our wonderful listeners. We would love for you to describe your plans for next weekend. You don't have to describe the whole weekend. You can just write about your Saturday.
You can write it down in a notebook, or, for extra practice, you can say it out loud to yourself. But if you feel brave, we would love for you to write your plans in the comments section of this video.
Yes, please do. Try to use the structure I am going to. For example, you can write something simple like, I am going to relax at home on Saturday. On Sunday, I am going to visit my family.
Or you can add more details if you feel comfortable. We love reading your comments. It is wonderful to learn about the lives and plans of our listeners from all over the world. It is a great way for us to connect with you. And it is fantastic writing practice for you.
So, think about it. What are you going to do next weekend? Is your weekend going to be quiet and relaxing like Clara's, or active and social like mine?
Thank you so much for listening and for practicing your English with us today. We hope this slow, long conversation was helpful for you.
Keep up the great work. Every time you listen and every time you practice, you are getting one step closer to your goal. We will be back soon with another slow English podcast for you.
Until then, take care and happy learning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara.
And my name is Benjamin. We are very happy you are here to practice your English with us today.
In our last podcasts, we talked about our daily routines and our weekend plans. Today, we are going to talk about a very personal and important place for everyone. We are going to talk about our homes.
That's right. Learning how to describe your home, your house, or your apartment is a very useful skill. It helps you learn many new words for everyday objects. It is also perfect for practicing prepositions of place.
What are prepositions of place, Benjamin? Can you explain that for our listeners?
Of course, prepositions of place are small but very important words that tell us where something is. Words like in, on, under, next to, and in front of. Today, you will hear us use these words many times.
Yes, and as always, we will speak very slowly and very clearly. Our goal is to help you understand. We will describe our homes, and you will see that my home is very different from Benjamin's home.
So, don't worry if you do not understand every single word. Just listen, relax, and try to imagine the rooms we are describing. Are you ready to visit our homes?
Let's begin.
Okay, Clara, let's start with your home. Do you live in a house or an apartment?
I live in an apartment. An apartment is a home that is inside a bigger building, with many other apartments. I live in the city, so living in an apartment is very common.
And what is your apartment like? Is it big?
No, it's not very big, but I love it. It is very modern and cozy. I have 4 main rooms: a living room, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom. I would like to give you a tour.
A tour sounds great. Where do we start?
We start in the living room. The living room is the main room where you relax and spend time with guests. My living room is my favorite room. The walls are white, which makes the room feel bright and open.
That sounds nice. What furniture do you have in your living room?
The biggest piece of furniture is the sofa. My sofa is dark blue, and it is very soft and comfortable. Comfortable is a great word. It means something makes you feel physically relaxed and good, like a soft chair or a warm bed.
So you have a comfortable blue sofa. What else?
In front of the sofa, there is a small, round coffee table. In front of is a preposition. It means something is directly before something else. So, the table is in front of the sofa. On the table, I usually have a book and a small plant.
You love plants, don't you?
I do. I have many plants in my apartment. I have another big plant next to the window. Next to is another preposition. It means something is beside something else. So, the plant is right beside the window.
And what is opposite the sofa?
Opposite the sofa, there is my television. I don't watch it a lot, but I enjoy watching documentaries in the evening. Because I love to read so much, my favorite thing is actually my bookshelf, which is right next to the TV. It is full of all my favorite stories. Okay, so that was my small, tidy apartment. Now, Benjamin, it's your turn. Tell us about your home.
My home is very different from yours, Clara. I live in a small house. A house is a building that is not connected to other buildings. It is independent.
And do you have a garden?
Yes, I do. That's my favorite part. I have a small garden behind my house. A garden is a piece of land where you can grow flowers, vegetables, or just have grass. In the summer, I love to sit in my garden.
That sounds wonderful. I would love to have a garden. Now, give us a tour of your house. Let's start with your living room.
Okay, my living room. Well, my living room is not as tidy as yours. It is a very lived-in room. Lived in means it looks comfortable and used, not perfectly clean and organized.
I can imagine. What is in your living room?
I also have a big, comfortable sofa. My sofa is brown, but on my sofa there is usually my guitar. I play the guitar, so I often leave it there.
So, your guitar is on the sofa. That is not very tidy, Benjamin.
I know. In front of the sofa, there's a big wooden coffee table. On the table, there's usually a lot of stuff. Some books, some magazines, maybe a few coffee cups.
It sounds a little messy. Messy is the opposite of tidy. It means things are not in their correct place.
Yes, it can be a little messy sometimes, but it's a happy mess. Next to the sofa, there is a keyboard. A keyboard is an electric piano. I use it to write music. And on the wall, I have some posters of my favorite bands. On the wall is a very common phrase. We use on for things that are attached to the wall, like a picture or a clock.
So your living room is a very creative, musical space.
Exactly. It is not a quiet room for reading. It is a room for making music and having fun. I also have a television opposite the sofa. I like to watch movies with my friends.
It sounds like a fun and energetic room, just like you.
I think so. It's a room with a lot of personality.
Okay, let's move on to the next room. What is your kitchen like, Benjamin?
My kitchen is quite simple. I have a refrigerator, an oven, and a microwave. And I have a small round table with 2 chairs. A chair is a seat for one person. I eat my breakfast at this table every morning. The most important thing in my kitchen is my big coffee machine. I love coffee.
I remember that from our last podcast. My kitchen is also simple. I have a square table. I think my kitchen is probably tidier than yours.
Yes, I am sure it is. My kitchen counters are often full of things. What about your bedroom, Clara? I imagine it is very calm and peaceful.
You are right. My bedroom is my sanctuary. A sanctuary is a safe and peaceful place. The walls are a very light blue color, which is very relaxing. The most important thing in the room is my bed, of course. I have a very comfortable bed with many soft pillows.
Where is your bed in the room?
My bed is against the main wall. Against is a good preposition. It means something is touching or very close to a surface, like a wall. Next to my bed, there is a small nightstand with a lamp and a book.
And do you have a closet for your clothes?
Yes, I have a big white closet in the corner of the room. In the corner means in the place where 2 walls meet. All my clothes are neatly folded inside the closet.
Of course they are. My bedroom is a little different. My bed is also very comfortable, but under my bed, there are probably some lost socks and maybe a guitar pick. Under is a preposition that means below or beneath something. And my closet is, well, it's very full. It is not as organized as yours. I also have a desk in my bedroom. On my desk, I have my computer, but I also have many papers and music books. It is my creative space, so it is a little messy.
It seems like creative but messy is the theme of your house.
I think you are right.
Okay, so we have taken a tour of my small, modern, and tidy apartment in the city.
And we have visited my slightly messy but creative house with a garden.
We have learned a lot of vocabulary for rooms and furniture, like living room, kitchen, bedroom, sofa, table, chair, and bed.
And we have practiced using many important prepositions of place. Let's do a quick review of those. On means on a surface. For example, the book is on the table. In means inside something. For example, my clothes are in the closet. Under means below something. For example, the cat is sleeping under the table. Next to means beside something. For example, the lamp is next to the sofa. In front of means directly before something. For example, the table is in front of the sofa. Opposite means on the other side. For example, the chair is opposite the sofa.
That was a perfect summary, Benjamin. These small words are so important for describing a place accurately.
Now, it is your turn to practice. Thinking about your own home is a fantastic way to practice all the vocabulary we learned today.
That's right. The best way to remember new words is to use them to describe your own life. It makes the language more personal and easier to remember.
So, we have a small challenge for you, our wonderful listeners. We would love for you to describe one room in your home. It can be your living room, your bedroom, or your kitchen.
You can write it down in a notebook, or, for extra practice, you can say it out loud to yourself. But if you feel brave, we would love for you to write your description in the comments section of this video.
Yes, please do. Try to use some of the vocabulary and prepositions we used today. For example, you can write something simple like, "In my living room there is a sofa. A table is in front of the sofa. On the table there's a television."
Or you can add more details if you feel comfortable. We love reading your comments. It is wonderful to learn about the homes of our listeners from all over the world. It is a great way for us to connect with you. And it is fantastic writing practice for you.
So, think about it. What is your home like? Is it tidy, like Clara's apartment, or a little messy, like my house?
Thank you so much for listening and for practicing your English with us today. We hope this slow, long conversation was helpful for you.
Keep up the great work. Every time you listen and every time you practice, you are getting one step closer to your goal. We will be back soon with another slow English podcast for you.
Until then, take care and happy learning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara.
And my name is Benjamin. We are very happy you are here to practice your English with us today.
In our last podcasts, we have talked about our daily routines and our weekend plans. Today, we are going to talk about something that everyone in the world does every single night. We are going to talk about sleep.
That's right. Sleep is a very interesting topic. We spend about 1/3 of our lives sleeping. It is very important for our health and our energy. Learning how to talk about sleep and rest is very useful for everyday conversations.
Yes, and as always, we will speak very slowly and very clearly. Our goal is to help you understand. If we use an interesting word or phrase related to sleep, we will stop and explain it to you.
So, don't worry if you do not understand every word. Just listen, relax, and enjoy the conversation. This is a very calm topic, so it is perfect for a relaxing listening practice. Are you ready to talk about sleep, Clara?
I am. I love sleeping. Let's begin.
So, Clara, let's start with a basic question. Why is sleep so important?
That's a great place to start. Well, sleep is important because it is our body's time to rest. To rest means to stop working or being active so you can relax and get your strength back. During the day, we are busy. We work, we study, we walk, we think. Our bodies and our brains use a lot of energy.
Energy is a great word. Energy is the power and ability to be physically and mentally active. If you have a lot of energy, you feel strong. If you have no energy, you feel weak and tired.
Exactly. When you are tired, there is your body telling you that you need to rest. Sleep is the best way to do that. When you sleep, your body can repair itself, and your brain can organize all the information from the day.
That's right. Have you ever had a bad night's sleep? What happens the next day?
Oh, yes. If I have a bad night's sleep, the next day is very difficult. I feel very tired. I cannot focus on my work. I don't have much energy. I might feel a little grumpy. Grumpy means you are in a bad mood and easily annoyed.
I know that feeling. But after a good night's sleep, I feel completely different. I wake up and I feel fresh and full of energy. I can think clearly and I feel happy. A good night's sleep is like pressing a restart button for your body and your mind.
That's a perfect description. So, we both agree that getting enough sleep is essential. Essential means absolutely necessary or very, very important.
Yes, it is essential. Now, I know from our last podcasts that you are an early bird and I am a night owl. I imagine our sleeping habits are quite different.
I think so. Let's talk about our evening routines and how we get ready for sleep.
Okay, Clara, you are very good at having routines. Tell us about your evening routine. What do you do to prepare for a good night's sleep?
For me, the evening is a very important time. It is my time to wind down. We talked about this phrase in our daily routine podcast. To wind down means to relax and become calm after a busy day. My whole evening routine is designed to help me wind down.
So, what is the first step in your routine?
After I finish dinner and wash the dishes, at around 8:30 p.m., I change the atmosphere in my apartment. I turn off the big bright lights. Instead, I turn on a small, warm lamp. This soft light tells my brain that the day is ending and it is time to relax.
That's a great idea. Bright lights can make your brain feel awake.
Exactly. Then, I stop looking at screens. That means no television, no computer, and most importantly, no phone. The blue light from screens can make it difficult to fall asleep.
To fall asleep. That is a key phrase. What does it mean?
To fall asleep is the moment when you begin to sleep. It is the process of going from being awake to being asleep. For example, Last night, I was very tired, and I fell asleep very quickly.
Okay, so you avoid screens. What do you do instead?
I do quiet and calm activities. My favorite thing to do is to read a book. I make a cup of warm herbal tea with no caffeine, and I sit on my sofa with a book. Reading helps my mind to slow down. It takes me away from the worries of the day.
That sounds very peaceful.
It is. I usually read for about an hour. At around 9:30 p.m., I start to get ready for bed. This is the next part of my routine. I go to the bathroom. I wash my face and I brush my teeth. Then I change into my pajamas. Pajamas are the comfortable clothes that you wear to sleep in.
So you have a very clear and consistent routine.
Yes, I do. I go to bed at 10 p.m. every night. To go to bed means to get into your bed to sleep. I try to go to bed at the same time every night, even on the weekend. This helps my body to know when it is time to sleep.
And do you fall asleep quickly?
Usually, yes. When I get into bed, I read for another 10 or 15 minutes. My eyes start to feel heavy, and I begin to feel very sleepy. Sleepy is the adjective for feeling tired and ready to sleep. Soon after I turn off the light, I fall asleep. I usually get about 8 hours of sleep every night, and I almost always wake up feeling rested and full of energy.
To wake up. That is the opposite of fall asleep, right?
Exactly. To wake up is the moment in the morning when you stop sleeping and your eyes open. My routine is all about making that process of falling asleep as easy and natural as possible. So, that was my very calm and organized evening routine. Now, Benjamin, you are a night owl. I imagine your routine is very different. Do you find it easy to fall asleep?
That is a great question, Clara. To be honest, sometimes I have trouble sleeping. To have trouble doing something means that it is difficult for you. So, sometimes it is difficult for me to fall asleep.
Why do you think that is?
Well, as a night owl, I get my energy in the evening. At 10 p.m., when you are feeling sleepy, I am often feeling my most creative and energetic. I like to play my guitar or write music in the evening. This is a wonderful activity, but it is not very relaxing. It makes my brain very active.
I can understand that. It is hard to sleep when your brain is full of ideas and music.
Exactly. Also, I am not as disciplined as you are with screens. I often watch exciting action movies late at night. Or I look at my phone in bed. I know it's a bad habit, but I do it. The bright light and the exciting content make my brain feel very awake. Awake is the opposite of asleep.
So what happens when you try to go to bed?
Well, I usually try to go to bed around midnight, but often I don't feel sleepy. I lie in bed with my eyes closed, but my mind is still very active. I think about my day. I think about my plans for tomorrow. I think about a new song I want to write. Sometimes I just can't turn my brain off.
That sounds very frustrating.
It is. Sometimes I lie awake for an hour or more before I finally fall asleep. This is sometimes called insomnia. Insomnia is the condition of not being able to sleep well. I don't have it all the time, but sometimes I do.
And how do you feel the next morning when you have a bad night's sleep?
The next morning is very difficult. I feel groggy. Groggy is a great word. It means you feel weak and unable to think clearly because you are tired or sick. I need a lot of coffee to start my day. I often feel like I am in a fog until about 11 a.m.
So, a bad night's sleep really affects your whole day.
It really does. I have learned that having a good evening routine is very important, especially for a night owl like me. I need to learn how to wind down better, just like you do.
I think many of our listeners can relate to your experience, Benjamin. Many people have trouble sleeping sometimes. So, let's talk about some simple, non-scientific tips for a better night's sleep. These are just some easy ideas that can help.
That's a great idea. I need these tips. What is your number one tip?
My number one tip is to have a consistent schedule. This means you go to bed at the same time every night, and you wake up at the same time every morning. Yes, even on the weekend. This helps to regulate your body's internal clock.
That is a very difficult one for me, especially on the weekend when I want to sleep in. To sleep in means to sleep later than usual, but I understand why it is important. Okay, what is another tip?
Another tip is to create a relaxing bedtime routine. This is what we talked about. It is a set of calm activities you do every night before you sleep. It can be reading a book, listening to calm music, taking a warm bath, or doing some gentle stretching. This routine signals to your body that it is time to prepare for sleep.
So, no exciting action movies right before bed.
No, probably not. My third tip is to make your bedroom a perfect place for sleep. This means your bedroom should be dark, quiet, and cool.
Can you explain that a little more?
Of course, a dark room is very important. Use thick curtains to block the light from the street. Turn off all screens. A quiet room is also important. If you live on a noisy street, you can try using earplugs. And a cool room, meaning a room with a slightly cold temperature, is often better for sleeping than a very hot room.
Dark, quiet, and cool. I can remember that. I have a tip, too. My tip is to avoid big meals and caffeine before bed. If I eat a very big dinner late at night, I find it very difficult to sleep. And coffee, of course, has caffeine, which is a substance that gives you energy and keeps you awake. I try not to drink coffee after 4 p.m.
That is a very important tip, Benjamin. And my final tip is, if you are lying in bed and you cannot fall asleep after 20 minutes, don't just stay there feeling frustrated. Get out of bed, go to another room, and do something relaxing, like reading a boring book, until you feel sleepy again. Then go back to bed.
That's great advice. It is better than just lying there and worrying about not sleeping. So, to summarize our tips, have a consistent schedule. Create a relaxing bedtime routine. Make your bedroom dark, quiet, and cool. Avoid big meals and caffeine at night. If you can't sleep, get up for a little while.
Exactly. These are all simple things, but they can make a big difference.
Clara, before we finish, I want to ask you about something interesting that happens when we sleep. I want to ask you about dreams.
Oh, that's a fun topic. A dream is a story or a series of images that happens in your mind when you are sleeping.
do you usually remember your dreams? To remember is the opposite of to forget.
That's a good question. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I wake up and I have a very clear memory of a strange dream. Other times I wake up and I know I had a dream, but I cannot remember any of the details. What about you?
I am the same. Sometimes I remember my dreams very vividly. Vividly means in a very clear and detailed way. My dreams are often very strange and don't make any sense. I am often flying or talking to animals.
My dreams are often like that too. They can be very creative. But sometimes a dream can be scary. A bad, frightening dream is called a nightmare.
Ah, yes, a nightmare. I don't like having nightmares. I sometimes have a nightmare if I watch a scary movie before I go to bed.
Me too. That's another good reason to do something relaxing before sleep. But most of the time, dreams are just interesting stories our brains tell us at night. It's a mysterious and fascinating part of sleeping.
I agree. It's amazing to think about all the things that happen in our brains while our bodies are resting.
So, we have talked a lot about sleep today. We talked about why it is so important for our energy and our health.
We described our very different evening routines. Clara's routine helps her to wind down and fall asleep easily. My routine as a night owl sometimes makes it difficult for me to sleep.
We also shared some simple, practical tips for getting a good night's rest, like having a consistent schedule and making your bedroom dark and quiet.
And we finished by talking about dreams and nightmares. We have learned a lot of useful vocabulary for this very common and important topic.
Now, it is your turn to practice. Thinking about your own sleeping habits is a great way to use the language we learned today.
So, we have a small challenge for you, our wonderful listeners. We would love for you to answer a question in the comments section of this video.
The question is, what is one thing you do to wind down before you go to bed?
For example, you can write something simple like, "Before I go to bed, I listen to calm music." Or, "To wind down, I read a book."
We love reading your comments. It is wonderful to learn about the routines of our listeners from all over the world. It is a great way for us to connect with you, and it is fantastic writing practice for you.
So, think about it. What is your special routine to prepare for a good night's sleep?
Thank you so much for listening and for practicing your English with us today. We hope this slow, long conversation was helpful for you.
Keep up the great work. Every time you listen and every time you practice, you are getting one step closer to your goal. We will be back soon with another slow English podcast for you.
Until then, take care and sleep well. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, and welcome back to Speak Up English. My name is Clara.
And my name is Benjamin. We are very happy you are here to practice your English with us today for this special, extra long episode.
In our past podcasts, we have talked about our daily routines, our homes, and our weekend plans. Today, we are going to talk about something that is very important for a healthy and happy life. We are going to talk about exercise.
That's right. Exercise is a big topic. Some people love it, and some people think it is very difficult. But everyone agrees that it is very good for us. Today, we are not going to talk about difficult science. We are going to have a simple conversation about the most well-known and proven benefits of exercise.
Yes, and we will talk about different kinds of exercise, how to start, and how to make it a regular part of your life. As always, we will speak very slowly and very clearly. Our goal is to help you understand. If we use an interesting word or phrase, we will stop and explain it to you.
So, don't worry if you do not understand every single word. Just listen, relax, and enjoy the conversation. Are you ready to talk about moving our bodies, Clara?
I am. It's a very important topic. Let's begin. Okay, Benjamin. Let's start with a very simple question. When we say the word exercise, what does it actually mean?
That's a great place to start. Exercise is any activity that makes your body move. It is also called physical activity. The goal of exercise is to keep your body healthy and strong. It doesn't have to be very difficult or complicated.
I think that is a very important point. Many people hear the word exercise, and they immediately think of running a marathon or lifting very heavy weights at the gym. But it can be much simpler than that.
Exactly. Simply moving your body is a form of exercise. For example, walking to the supermarket instead of driving is a type of physical activity. Playing with your children or your dog in the park is also a great way to stay active. To stay active means to move your body regularly and not sit down all day.
So, exercise is not just about sports. It can be any movement. What are some other simple examples of exercise?
Well, things like dancing in your living room, cleaning your house, or working in the garden are all forms of physical activity. They all make your body move. They make your heart beat a little faster, and they use your muscles.
That's a good way to think about it. It makes exercise feel less intimidating. Intimidating is a good word. It means something makes you feel frightened or nervous. So, thinking about cleaning the house is less intimidating than thinking about running 10 kilometers.
For sure. So, for our listeners, remember that exercise is just a word for moving your body to stay healthy. There are many, many different ways to do it. You can choose the activities that you enjoy.
Now that we know what exercise is, let's talk about why it is so important. Let's start with the benefits for our physical body. How does exercise help our bodies, Benjamin?
There are so many benefits. The most obvious one is that exercise makes you strong. When you use your muscles, they become stronger. Muscles are the parts of your body that produce movement.
That's right. And you don't need to lift heavy weights to build strong muscles. Activities like walking upstairs, carrying your groceries, or even doing some simple exercises at home can help to make your muscles stronger for everyday life.
Exercise is also very important for your bones. Your bones are the hard parts inside your body that form your skeleton. Activities like walking or running help to make your bones stronger and healthier.
Another very well-known benefit is that exercise helps you to maintain a healthy weight. When you exercise, your body burns calories. Calories are a unit of energy from food. If you move your body, you use this energy. This balance is very important for staying at a weight that is healthy for you.
Yes, and maybe the most important physical benefit is for our heart. The heart is the organ in your chest that pumps blood around your body. It is a very important muscle.
So, how does exercise help our heart?
When you do exercise that makes you breathe faster, like jogging or swimming, you are giving your heart a workout. This is called cardio exercise. This kind of exercise makes your heart stronger. A strong heart can pump blood more easily, and this is very, very good for your overall health.
And I think one of the biggest benefits that people feel every day is an increase in energy. This sounds like a contradiction. You use energy to exercise. So how does it give you more energy?
It's a great question. It's true that right after you exercise, you might feel tired for a short time. But if you exercise regularly, your body becomes stronger and more efficient. This means that everyday activities like walking or cleaning become easier. You don't get tired as easily. You have more energy to play with your children, to work, and to enjoy your life.
That's so true. When I exercise regularly, I feel much less tired in the afternoon. So, to summarize the physical benefits, exercise makes your muscles and bones strong. It helps you maintain a healthy weight. It is great for your heart. And it gives you more energy.
Okay, so we've talked about the body. But the benefits of exercise are not just physical. Exercise is also incredibly powerful for our minds and our feelings. Clara, how does exercise help your mental health?
For me, this is the most important benefit. Exercise is one of the best ways to reduce stress. Stress is the feeling of being very worried or anxious about problems in your life. When I feel stressed from my work, going for a long walk is one of the best things I can do.
Why do you think that is?
When I am walking, I can focus on my body and my breathing. I can look at the trees and the sky. It helps me to clear my mind. To clear your mind is a great phrase. It means to stop worrying or thinking about your problems, so you can feel calm again. After a walk, my problems often feel smaller and more manageable.
I completely agree. Exercise is also a fantastic way to improve your mood. Your mood is the way you are feeling at a particular time. For example, you can be in a good mood or a bad mood.
So how does exercise improve your mood?
When you exercise, your brain releases special chemicals called endorphins. We don't need to be scientific, but these endorphins are like natural feel-good chemicals. They can make you feel happier and more positive. Have you ever felt that wonderful, happy feeling after a good workout?
Oh yes, it's a great feeling. You feel a little tired, but also very happy and proud of yourself. It's a great way to fight a bad mood.
Exactly. Because of this, regular exercise can also help people who feel sad or anxious. It is not a cure, of course, but it is a very powerful tool to help you feel better mentally.
Another mental benefit I have noticed is that exercise helps my focus and concentration. If I am working on a difficult project and I feel stuck, I often take a break and do 15 minutes of stretching or go for a quick walk. When I come back to my desk, I can think more clearly, and I often find a solution to my problem.
That's a great point. It's like pressing the reset button for your brain. And finally, exercise can help you sleep better. We talked about sleep in another podcast. If you do some physical activity during the day, your body is more tired at night, and it is often easier to fall asleep and to have a deeper, more restful sleep.
That's so true. So, the benefits for the mind are just as important as the benefits for the body. Exercise can reduce stress, improve your mood, help you to focus, and help you sleep better. It's amazing how one activity can do so many good things for us.
So, we know that exercise is great for our bodies and our minds, but there are so many different types of exercise. I think it would be interesting to talk about the kinds of activities that we personally enjoy. Our listeners know that we have very different personalities, so I am sure we like different kinds of exercise too.
I am sure you are right, Benjamin. I prefer calm and quiet activities. I am not a very competitive person. Competitive means you like to play games, to win. I don't need to win. I just want to feel good.
So, what are your favorite types of exercise?
My number one favorite physical activity is walking. I know it sounds very simple, but I love it. I try to go for a long walk every day. Sometimes I walk in the park near my house. Sometimes I just walk around the streets of my city. It is a very gentle exercise. Gentle means it is not too strong or intense. It is very good for your body, but it is not very difficult.
And what do you like about walking?
I love it because it is also a mental exercise for me. It is my time to think without distractions. I don't usually listen to music. I just listen to the sounds of the city or the park. It is very meditative. I also love that you don't need any special equipment. Equipment is the set of tools or objects you need for a particular activity. For walking, you only need a good pair of comfortable shoes.
That is a big advantage. It is very simple to start.
Yes, another type of exercise I enjoy is stretching. I do stretching every morning when I wake up. It helps my body to feel less stiff and more flexible. I use an exercise mat on my floor. An exercise mat is a soft mat that you use for exercises on the floor. I also sometimes follow a simple exercise video for beginners on YouTube. It is very relaxing and good for my posture. Posture is the way you hold your body when you are sitting or standing.
So, your favorite exercises are very calm and individual. That sounds just like you, Clara.
It's true. I like to exercise alone. It is my personal time. Now, what about you, Benjamin? I am sure you don't just do gentle stretching.
You are right. I like exercise that is more energetic and intense. I like to feel my heart beating fast, and I like to sweat.
So, tell us, what do you do?
Well, as our listeners know, I go to the gym. The gym is a place with a lot of exercise equipment. I go there about 3 times a week. I like the gym because there are many different things to do.
What kind of things?
I usually start with some cardio exercise on the treadmill. A treadmill is a machine that you can run or walk on inside. I usually run for about 20 minutes. This is great for my heart. After that, I like to lift weights. Weights are heavy objects that you lift to make your muscles stronger. I don't lift very heavy weights, but it makes me feel strong.
So the gym is a big part of your routine. Do you do anything else?
Yes. My other favorite type of exercise is playing sports. As you know, I love to play football with my friends on the weekend. For me, this is the best kind of exercise because it is also social. I am with my friends, we are working together as a team, and we are having fun. It doesn't feel like exercise, it just feels like playing.
That is the best kind of exercise. The kind that is so fun you forget you are working hard.
Exactly. I also enjoy cycling. Cycling is the activity of riding a bicycle. I have a good bicycle, and on Sundays I sometimes go for a long ride in the countryside outside the city. It is a great way to see new places and get some fresh air.
So, your favorite exercises, going to the gym, playing sports, and cycling, are all very active and energetic.
Yes, I like to push my body and feel the energy. But I think the important lesson for our listeners is that there are many, many different types of exercise. There is walking and stretching for people who like calm activities, like Clara. And there is running and sports for people who like energetic activities, like me. The most important thing is to find an activity that you enjoy.
I think that is a perfect transition, Benjamin. We have talked about why exercise is good, and we have talked about different types of activities. But for many people, the hardest part is just getting started.
That is so true. If you do not exercise now, the idea of going to the gym or running for 30 minutes can feel impossible. So, what is your advice for someone who wants to start?
My most important piece of advice is to start slowly. This is very, very important. Do not try to do too much too soon. If you do, you will feel very sore. You might injure yourself, and you will probably lose your motivation and quit.
So, what does starting slowly look like?
It means starting with something very small and very easy. For example, your goal for the first week could be just to go for a 10-minute walk every day. Just 10 minutes. Anyone can do that.
That's a great point. A 10-minute walk is an achievable goal. An achievable goal is a goal that is possible to complete. When you achieve your small goal, you feel successful, and this gives you the confidence to continue.
Exactly. After a week of 10-minute walks, maybe the next week you can try 15-minute walks. You increase the time and difficulty very, very gradually. Gradually means slowly, over a long period of time.
I think another good tip is to make a plan. Don't just say, I will exercise more. Be specific. Decide which days you are going to exercise, what time you are going to exercise, and what activity you are going to do.
Yes, you can write it in your calendar, just like an important appointment. For example, you can write Monday, 5:30 p.m., 15-minute walk in the park. When it is in your schedule, you are more likely to do it.
Another tip that helps many people is to find a friend. It is often easier to stay motivated if you exercise with another person. You can go for walks together or go to the gym together. You can support and encourage each other, and it makes the activity more social and fun.
That is a wonderful idea. And my final tip for getting started is to listen to your body. This is very important. Your body will tell you what it needs. If you feel pain, you should stop. If you feel very, very tired, maybe you need a rest day. A rest day is a day when you do not exercise, so your body can recover. It is important to push yourself a little, but it is also important to be kind to your body.
Those are all fantastic tips, Clara. So, to review, start slowly with an achievable goal. Make a specific plan and put it in your schedule. Find a friend to exercise with, and listen to your body. Okay, so we know how to start, but how do we continue? How do we make exercise a regular, normal part of our lives? How do we make it a habit?
That is the million-dollar question, isn't it? A habit is something that you do often and regularly, sometimes without thinking about it, like brushing your teeth. Making exercise a habit is the real secret to long-term health and fitness.
So, what are some ways to build this habit?
One of the most important things is consistency. Consistency means doing something regularly in the same way. It is much better to exercise for 20 minutes 3 times a week, every week, than to exercise for 2 hours one day and then do nothing for 2 weeks.
I agree. Consistency is key. And to be consistent, I think it helps to find a schedule that works for you. We talked about this in our daily routine podcast. Are you a morning person or a night owl?
Yes, this is so important. I am a morning person, so I know that if I don't exercise in the morning or afternoon, I will be too tired in the evening. So I schedule my exercise for earlier in the day.
And I am a night owl, so the idea of exercising at 6:30 a.m. is a nightmare for me. I have more energy after work, so I schedule my exercise for the evening. There is no best time to exercise. The best time is the time that you can be consistent with.
Another very important part of building a habit is to make it fun. We talked about this before. If you hate running, don't force yourself to run. You will quit. There are hundreds of different ways to move your body.
Can you give us some examples of how to make exercise more fun?
Of course, you can listen to music. If you are walking or running, listen to your favorite high-energy songs. It can make the time go much faster. You can also listen to podcasts. You can listen to this podcast while you go for a walk.
That is a great idea. Combining your English practice with your exercise.
Exactly. You can also try new things. If you get bored of walking, maybe you can try a dance class. Or you can try cycling. Or you can try a new sport. When you try something new, it feels more exciting and less like a boring routine.
And my favorite way to make it fun is to do it with people. As I said, I love playing football with my friends. It's my favorite workout of the week because it feels like a party, not a workout.
And one final tip for building a habit: track your progress. To track your progress means to record what you do. You can have a small calendar, and every day that you exercise, you can put a big X on that day. After a month, you can look back and see all the X's. You can see how consistent you have been. This feeling of progress is very, very motivating.
That's a great visual way to stay motivated. So, to build a habit, you need to be consistent, find the right schedule, make it fun, and track your progress.
So, we have talked a lot about exercise today. It has been a very long and detailed conversation.
It has. Let's do a quick summary of the main ideas for our listeners.
Good idea. We started by explaining what exercise is. It is any physical activity that makes you move your body.
Then, we talked about the many benefits. We talked about the benefits for your body. Exercise makes your muscles and bones strong. It's good for your heart, and it gives you more energy.
We also talked about the amazing benefits for your mind. Exercise can reduce stress, improve your mood, and help you to focus and sleep better.
We discussed the different types of exercise that we enjoy. Clara enjoys calm activities like walking and stretching. I enjoy energetic activities like going to the gym and playing sports.
We gave you some simple tips for how to get started, like starting slowly and making a plan.
And finally, we talked about how to make exercise a long-term habit by being consistent and making it fun.
We have also explained a lot of useful vocabulary for this very important topic. We hope that now you can have a simple conversation about exercise in English.
Now, it is your turn to practice. Thinking about your own life and your own habits is the best way to practice the language we learned today.
So, we have a small challenge for you, our wonderful listeners. We would love for you to answer a question in the comments section of this video.
The question is, what is one type of exercise that you enjoy?
For example, you can write something simple like, I enjoy walking in the park, or my favorite type of exercise is dancing.
Or maybe you can tell us about an activity you want to try. For example, I want to try some stretching exercises. We love reading your comments. It is wonderful to learn about the lives of our listeners from all over the world. It is a great way for us to connect with you, and it is fantastic writing practice for you.
So think about it. What is your favorite way to move your body?
Thank you so much for listening and for practicing your English with us today. We hope this slow, long conversation was helpful and motivating for you.
Keep up the great work. Every time you listen and every time you practice, you are getting one step closer to your goal. We will be back soon with another slow English podcast for you.
Until then, take care and stay active. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.